never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Alrighty then, that would be my cue to kick off another week. Close out a Sunday, close out the Father's Day weekend. Just scouring through social media looking at hundreds and hundreds pictures of all the dads out there with their kids. Yeah, many of the fathers who are no longer with us. Happy Father's Day to the daddies in heaven. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. By the way, it's officially summertime. Yeah, Sunday we rolled into the summer solstice. Pretty much the longest day as far as daylight hours are concerned. Sun's up. From this point forward, with each passing day, you begin to tick the other direction. The days will gradually begin to get shorter and shorter. All right, we start things off tonight. Let's jump right into this because we do have some severe weather, some issues to talk about, including right now a tornado warning. Sirens would have been going off in the Chicago area here in the last few minutes. Right at the top of the hour. A couple minutes ago, this particular tornado warning would be right about O'Hare Airport. Let me flip over to the previous page. Here we go. It's a radar-indicated tornado at this point in time. It's a severe squall line, capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage. Located over Wooddale or Elk Grove Village, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So O'Hare Airport right about now, Des Plaines, Schiller Park, and Rosemont here in just the next few minutes. If you're out there on the interstates, this is going to be impacting some of our interstates as well. Let me see, I-90 between the 72 and 84 mile markers. I-94 between the 32 and 45. If you're on I-290, mile markers between 3 and 9. 294 between the 32 and 45 mile marker. That tornado warning is in effect to the bottom of the hour, about another 28 minutes. Aside from, we've seen several tornado warnings, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with this feisty squall line, as we said, pushing into the west side of Chicago as we speak. Let's see, everything's pretty much southeast of Milwaukee now. You had your round a little bit earlier, east of Davenport, Iowa. It's all northeastern, then you go down to west central portions of Illinois. Galesburg, you're going to see some of these storms pushing through here in the next little bit. Columbia, Missouri, the line all the way down to Columbia, prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings there in numerous counties. That would be kind of east central Missouri. That's going to be pushing into southwestern portions of Illinois here in the next hour. And all along that line, there's numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm watches in place. Southern portions of Michigan, northwest Ohio, north central Ohio, about the northern third of Indiana, northern third of Illinois, then on down into north central and east central portions of Missouri. This is our next cold front, essentially. Big time shakeup in the atmospheric pattern arrived there on Father's Day, the official start of astronomical summer. Many are going to be continuing through the overnight hours with some feisty storms, which right on the heels of that line, we're going to see some of the coolest conditions that we've seen so far here in the month of June, believe it or not. For Father's Day, a wide expanse of warm, moist air was surging northward ahead of this cold front. And all that moist air in combination with a few other atmospheric ingredients all coming together, a good base for explosive storms, which kicked off Sunday afternoon, initially stretching across portions of Minnesota, Iowa, and down into Missouri. As this cold front digs in, storms continue to expand eastward, generally in a southeast direction. As we head into the overnight hours, strong to severe storms are going to be pushing again. Another round is going to be impacting lower Michigan, northern Indiana, portions of Illinois, Missouri, cities like Des Moines, Iowa, Milwaukee, where, again, now the storms are east of Milwaukee, but you dealt with some feisty thunderstorms. We could see straight-line winds approaching as much as 80 miles per hour with some of these stronger storms. So undoubtedly going to be contending with some power outages. Keep an eye to the sky. Even in these late night hours, have your weather alert radios activated. Ironically, here as we head into the first full day of summer today, Monday, a big-time cool down to much of the Midwest. Astronomical summer officially began at 11:32 p.m., in other words, just like in the past half hour or so, Sunday. Yeah, some residents are going to find themselves in the midst of spring-like weather by later today. It's going to feel more like mid-May rather than the first day of summer across much of the region. For some areas, this will be the coolest weather so far in the month of June. Of course, many places have been running above normal in the Midwest and the Northern Plains, much hotter than average from June 1 to this past day. Now, although it's normal high temperature climbs into the mid-70s for places like Rapid City, South Dakota, you're going to climb, we're only going to be talking Minneapolis. You've had 11 days of temperatures above 90 degrees here. 9 of those days consecutively, going back to from June 3rd to June the 11th, a stretch of heat like that, it's no wonder Minneapolis is running a full 12 degrees above normal so far here in the month of June. Minneapolis, you'll probably struggle to even hit the low 70s for highs later today. Upper 60s is what the forecast is calling for. Highs in the 60s and lower 70s will be common from the Dakotas to Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Yeah, these spring-like highs will extend into parts of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan. High temperatures in portions of northern Wisconsin, Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and northern Minnesota. You may be stuck in the 50s for high temperatures today. Low humidity, crisp, cool nights. Low temperatures are going to be bottoming out in the lower 50s for places like Chicago and Milwaukee when we get like 24 hours from now, Monday night. Yeah, last time Chicago saw low temperatures in the low 50s was back on the 1st of the month. Forecasters do tell us an active storm track across the northern tier of the country will keep temperatures near normal or slightly below normal. For the most part, looks like for the rest of the month of June here. Meanwhile, as we rolled into the weekend, indeed, Saturday morning, we finally, at the last moment, did indeed see Claudette coming together. Tropical storm Claudette in the early morning hours on Saturday. Yeah, by late evening, it was downgraded to a tropical depression. And Claudette is now pushing through the Carolinas. There's not really, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rain left in the Carolinas. Most of the rain is now pushing offshore. You saw some heavy rains pushing through Charleston over the past hour. On up into Wilmington, North Carolina, you've still got some rain. But again, the bulk of this storm is offshore. And overnight tonight, as the center of circulation indeed pushes back out over the waters of the Atlantic, it's supposed to re-intensify back into tropical storm status. But we saw a lot of rain over the weekend with this system, 4 to 8 inches of rain from Friday into Saturday alone for much of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. As Claudette continues its trajectory across North Carolina through today, it's going to be able to pull a bit more moisture in from the Atlantic. Could actually see some, the wraparound on the northern side, some enhanced downpours. Fortunately, parts of that region are actually in need of rain. Portions of North Carolina, South Carolina, cities like Winston-Salem, Charlotte, Myrtle Beach are either abnormally dry or in moderate drought conditions at this point in time. Only problem is you could see too much too quickly. Yeah, later today, Claudette is forecast to slide off the Carolina coast, again, back over the Atlantic waters near the Outer Banks. Where it's very warm in the low to middle 80s. That should very well help Claudette re-strengthen back into a tropical storm. Should this occur, according to AccuWeather, the mid-Atlantic coast from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, up to Ocean City, Maryland, could experience rough surf, rip currents, even some minor coastal flooding, especially during high tides. Winds 40 to 60 miles per hour will be possible in extreme eastern North Carolina, especially there for the Outer Banks. So actually, we do have tropical storm warnings that have been issued along part of the coast of North Carolina with the anticipated impacts. It's not out of the question. Claudette could regain some wind intensity, maybe even, again, re-strengthening into a tropical storm. Yes, that sort of a thing has happened with tropical systems in the past. We had Hurricane Danny back in 1997 that actually made landfall along the Gulf Coast. It continued to lose wind strength as it moved northeastward across the southeastern USA. But over the next few days, before re-emerging over the waters of the western Atlantic, Danny re-strengthened back to a tropical storm over North Carolina. So as Claudette moves northeastward over the Atlantic, rough surf, rip currents stretching all the way up from the Massachusetts Cape, the islands of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. The storm's forecast to stay far enough away from the northeast coast to where you shouldn't see any precip actually making it ashore. Eventually, the system moves far enough north that the cooler waters of the North Atlantic will help Claudette again lose strength and intensity. it'll lose those tropical characteristics as it approaches Atlantic Canada. But even without being a tropical storm, Claudette's probably going to bring a wave of heavy rain to Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland, probably toward the middle of this week. But by this point, any of Claudette's moisture is going to be moving rather quickly. That'll limit the region from seeing any of those big rainfall totals like we saw over much of the southeast over the past weekend. Of course, Claudette left a path of death and destruction. Hard hit were residents in Alabama, as oftentimes you see with tropical systems, the threat for tornadoes to spin up. Authorities in Alabama say a suspected tornado spurred by Claudette demolished or badly damaged at least 50 homes in a small town just north of the Florida border. The sheriff in Escambia County said the tornado pretty much leveled a mobile home park, toppled trees and homes, ripped the roof off the high school gymnasium. Most of the damage was done in or near the town of Bruton and East Bruton, about 48 miles north of Pensacola, Florida. The sheriff says it kind of affected everybody, but with these mobile homes being built so close together, it can take a toll on them a lot more than it can on houses that are spread apart. Yeah, photos from the area shared on Facebook showing the downed trees, one landing on a home, a stretch of debris that local news outlets said was from the badly damaged trailer park. Damage from the storm was also felt in northern Florida, where winds in some cases were reaching 85 miles per hour. We did have at least one 18-wheeler that was flipped over. All right, it was actually about 4 a.m. Saturday morning when the National Hurricane Center said Claudette had organized enough to become a named storm. The center of the storm was actually already inland. It's a very unusual turn of events for the system to strengthen as it did once it had already come ashore, but it was northwest of Mobile, Alabama. Sustained winds were at 40 miles per hour. Most of the heavy weather was happening far to the northern and eastern side of that center of circulation, though. Yeah, storm dumping flooding rains north of Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana and along the Mississippi coast. We saw some inundated areas. There was a pileup that involved a number of vehicles, and according to the report, somewhere I've got it in the mix here, I believe there were 10 fatalities and several other fatalities when a tree came down on a home, also in Alabama. So Claudette, indeed a deadly storm. Yeah, 12 dead. Here's the headline. 12 dead in Alabama, 10 of them actually being children, as Claudette swept through the region Saturday morning. Let me get some of the details here. Claudette turning deadly. Let's see. A crash that involved 15 vehicles, apparently. The Associated Press reported the crash was on I-65, about 35 miles south of Montgomery, Alabama. Then there was the two additional deaths, a 24-year-old man and a 3-year-old boy, when the tree fell on their home near Tuscaloosa, Alabama. All right, so Saturday, that I-65, what a horrific crash that was there as the storm pushed through. National Weather Service reports there were up to 20 injuries related to that tornado. Most of them were minor. 2 were considered serious. There was another tornado in Kirkland, Alabama, confirmed on radar. A trailer was flipped over there, no injuries. All right, Claudette, of course, formed well inland over southeastern Louisiana Saturday morning. So with that, there's a quick look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get a kind of a busy start to the new week here. Around the country, as always, our number is 844-844-3388. Still want a quick check to see if they've updated. Indeed, they have updated the tornado warnings. This just in from the Weather Service office in Chicago. Tornado warning now in effect for DuPage County, Northeast Illinois, Central Cook County. I believe that's the Chicago area, right? Let's see, Brookfield Zoo, Hawthorne Park, areas that are under a tornado warning. This system moving east at about 45 miles per hour. And there was one other tornado warning. Who's that one impacting? Will County. And, okay, so that was pretty much the same cell, but also impacting Will County in northeastern Illinois. Heads up, again, the sirens have been going on in the Chicago area. And we'll keep an eye on things as we make our way into the early hours of a Monday. Get the brand new week started here. Again, hope you had a wonderful Father's Day weekend. I got to pick where I wanted to eat this past day. How about that? So I picked on what I had a hankering for fish again. So I had a nice fish dinner. Thanks to my daughter. Thank you, Bethany. Thanks for the Father's Day dinner. All right, who all's checking in here as we get the brand new week started? Todd checking in morning. Good Monday morning. Everybody have a great week. Be safe. Tank checks in. Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Running a little behind tonight. Raymond, good morning, Steve. I'm in Virginia tonight. I'm headed to Maryland. Scott checking in from Steubenville, Ohio. Dale, of course, from Jacksonville, 77 degrees, partly cloudy tonight. Kind of had a rainy Father's Day. Yeah, happy Father's Day to the drivers out there everywhere. Have a safe day and a safe week. Bill checks in from Lake Murray, South Carolina. Morning, Bill. Marianne with us from Southwest Ohio. Zorro checks in this morning. West Michigan. Crazy Ray checking in where it's 67 degrees. Buckeye Boy checking in from Georgia, 73 degrees, 86% humidity. So you can kind of feel it when you step out the door, right? Let's see. Morning overnight drive. Ken checking in from beautiful Kentucky, where he is serving and protecting out there tonight. Be safe, Ken. Good to have you with us. Buckeye Boy again. We got almost over 2.5 inches of rain from that storm that rolled in from the Gulf. Not much wind or real heavy rain, but a good ground soaking. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Richard checking in from Central Florida, where it's 81 degrees. Fuzzy, the Fuzz Man, back in the house. Headed out to Gillette, Wyoming. Yeah, too early for Sturgis. What's the weather looking like? Okay. Kevin said, very stormy night at Chicago. Yes, indeed it is, as you have tornado warnings right now. He said, that should hold down the gunfire. You think? Hope you had a nice Father's Day, Steve. Be careful, truck drivers around the Chicago area. This storm is blowing through. Way to be all over the weather, though, Steve. Yep, that's what we're here for. Chevy Guy, copy the mail. Have a great show. All right, we'll look forward to hearing from you, Chevy Guy. Barbara checking in from Raleigh, North Carolina. Had rain from Claudette all day today, but we certainly needed it. The Big Moose is with us. Still at the home 20, obviously, right? Keep it between the spotted and the solid. And Backdoor Bandit, hello from Red Rocks Theater. All right, got a load of concert equipment. All right, good to have you with us. Foxtrot said, looks like it may be getting a little wild between Joplin and Tulsa. I'll do my best to keep an eye on the radar, see what's going on as we make our way on into a Monday morning here. And especially with the idea of tornado warnings at these late hours. In many cases, people have already gone to bed. They may not hear the warnings, but I'm sure they had the word was out most of the day that these storms are going to be rolling through. Yeah, I'll zoom on in. Looks like this cluster, this line that's going through Missouri, maybe rolling through the St. Louis area here in the next hour or so. You may get a pretty good pounding. Zoom in a little bit here. Right now, we're looking, let's see. Yeah, Columbia, you've seen the bulk of it. You still got some heavy rain, but there's additional showers and thunderstorms behind this leading edge. You may end up with a couple of different rounds of storms through the overnight hours tonight. Yeah, you got heavy rain along I-70, through much of Missouri. Off and on thunderstorms all the way back almost toward Kansas City. But you get on over toward Troy, Missouri. Again, Jefferson City. Storms are going to be knocking on your door in short order here. So heads up, slow it down. Definitely going to be talking about ponding of water on the roadways there. With that, round the country, our number is 844-3388. And somebody out there did make it up to Beaver Springs over the weekend. What's up, Horse Feathers?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Glad you had a happy Father's Day. Great-grandfather's Day.
Uh-huh.
You get a great for every grandchild, right?
Is that it? Okay, all right, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's right. You get a few more greats in there,
So I saw your picture there with Kyle. You made it up to Beaver Springs, and somebody said,
God, did that picture get out?
It's out, yes.
Who released that picture? Who authorized that? I didn't sign any release.
Somebody said, which one's Kyle and which one's Horse Feathers? Well, the big guy would be Kyle. The skinny guy would be Horse Feathers.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm not half the man Kyle is probably. But no, what a good time. Both Kyle and Don there. Met Don too there, his sidekick there. He drags around with him.
Okay.
So
how was the racing action?
Yes. The racing action was good. I actually learned a little bit because I've never really followed the straight line racing a whole lot. I used to know a few people that were into it and did a little bit of it, but I didn't ever. There's this thing called money that I've never had enough of to do things like that. And that's the thing that's always kept me out of drugs. Is that I always figured if I decided to do drugs, I'd really like it, and I wouldn't have enough money to do it, and then I'd get in more trouble. So anyways, but I don't know. How do we get sidetracked on that?
Right.
But,
I'm looking at a photograph. I'm looking at a photo of Chris Mancini, who actually, Chris was the one that called the show here several months ago and was trying to explain what bracket racing is, because a lot of people don't understand that either. Did you get a chance to meet Chris?
I didn't. I don't think I did. I might have and didn't realize it, but that's always possible. But I did get bracket racing explained to me. Kyle kind of explained it, and then I went and watched it a little bit. But what it seems to be is that each car kind of has their own time that they can make the 8th mile in. So say you can make the 8th mile in 5.5 seconds. Well, that's what your goal is when you're up on the line. But the car beside you might be able to do it in 4.75. So he's supposed to do it in 4.75. But both of you are supposed to end up at the finish line at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So the slower car, when the Christmas tree starts going from yellow to yellow to yellow to green, well, it goes at different speeds for each side. So the slower car gets the green light first. And the faster car has to wait until the yellow drops to green after the other car has already left the line, which, in my mind, plays terrible head games with you.
All right.
So when after both cars have gone, of course, the faster car overtakes the slower car halfway down the track, and as I say, in theory, both cars end up at the finish line at the same time, and if somebody gets there a little bit quicker than their predicted time, then they end up winning, and the other guy goes to sit for a little bit. And if he has a chance to, he can do what they call buy back in.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the buyback, he can come back and race in the buyback rounds to try to get back into the competition, to try to get back in there to win the top money. But it really messes with you. And I even saw a lot of the slower cars that would get the green light first were actually a little trigger happy on the release to get going, and I think I saw just as many slow cars get the red light as I did see the fast cars get the red light that were jumping the line.
Jump the line. Yep.
It was interesting. It was a whole new experience. But I tell you what, if you ever get a chance to go to Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania, which is pretty much in the middle of nowhere mountains, an hour north of Harrisburg, it's a beautiful little area. But when you get into that racetrack and you pay your $15 at the gate to go in, you are in the pits. When you drive your car in, you are driving through the pits. And be warned, all the drag cars are going up and down the road that you're driving in on.
Mm-hmm.
You're right in the middle of all of it. And when you get up there to where the entrance is for the staging lane, don't turn your car to the right into the staging lanes, because you'll be really in the middle of it, because you're right there. I mean, as I drove in, I drove right past the entrance to the staging lanes off the side, alleyway that all the cars are going up and down. The return from the end of the track and out from. I was right in the middle of all of it, Steve. So I finally find a place to park out of the way. And I get wandering around a little bit, and I'm there early. I mean, I actually ended up there a little bit at, I don't know, like 8:30 or so, and everything really wasn't getting wound up until probably 9:30 or so. And this place, there was this big black trailer that had these flags all around it called Hot Shot Secrets.
Yeah.
I don't know, you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Yes. So they had a trailer there, but there wasn't anybody around. I don't know. Guys were sleeping or eating breakfast or something. Couldn't be bothered to get there early to set the place up. The place looked all deserted and everything. So I go out, wander around, look around all these cars and that. And I get a text from my wife. She said, "You make it?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "You bring your hearing protection?" I said, "Oh, no, I didn't." Well, there was my first mistake of the day, not bringing my hearing protection. But hey, you want to continue this story? I'm past your hard break here. You want to hold me over and we'll do a little more?
All right. Yep. We'll do that. And real quick, like as I put him back in queue, obviously, like WGN out of Chicago is pretty much wall to wall covering the weather with the tornadoes and the severe thunderstorms that are pushing through the Chicago area. Even if you're not in an actual tornado, you've got straight line winds, damaging straight line winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Right now, if you're on, say, I-55 between the 292 and 294, you're in the heavy winds. I-94 between the 43 and 54. I-90 about the 84-mile marker. Caution. Yeah, slow it down. Heads up. Pay attention to what's going on there. Yeah, we get a news break and much more to come as we get the brand new week underway. Close out the Father's Day weekend. Here comes a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Department of Homeland Security has announced that travel restrictions on the Canadian and Mexican borders will continue into July. The bans on non-essential travel between the countries will last until July 21st. The department says the extension will continue to help reduce the spread of the virus while allowing essential trade and travel to continue. After a preliminary investigation, authorities are calling a deadly crash at a Florida Pride Parade an accident. A truck about to join the Wilton Manors Parade Saturday evening quickly accelerated, hitting at least 2 people, killing one and severely injuring another. Police say they believe the elderly driver accidentally accelerated. He was taken into custody at the scene and has cooperated with the investigation. And the United States has sent 2.5 million doses of COVID vaccine to Taiwan. The shipment of the Moderna vaccine tripled the U.S.'s previous commitment to Taiwan as the island deals with a surge in new cases. This is USA Radio News.
America's founders knew power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts ultimately, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's why they built in checks and balances to prevent any one group from seizing all power.
And that's why our president is elected by a college of electors to protect the rights of little states like Delaware and Wyoming against giants like New York and California. After all, our country is a republic, the United States of America, not the United State. Our states are independent, sovereign powers who created the federal government, not the other way around.
And that's why all power ultimately lies in we the people and the states, not a central dictatorship of cronies. Did you know that? Thank God for the U.S. Constitution.
Find out more how our amazing Constitution and Bill of Rights protect us, the citizens, against power-crazed politicians in Washington. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com. Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, once again, the active tornado warning there in Chicago area continues till the midnight hour Central Time. A little over 20 minutes from now, and we'll keep an eye on things if that is updated. Let me see. John is with us, listening in this morning. chiming in on some of the social media. And I guess he's watching, he sent me a link where I've got the WGN out of Chicago. But he said a large destructive tornado on the ground. This was near Willow Springs, headed toward Justice. South suburbs of Chicago, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Now, I mentioned our friend neighbor Dave's been running in and out of Chicago pretty regular. I'm not sure if Dave's up in Chicago tonight or not. But heads up, neighbor Dave. Let's see. I-55, I-365. All right. Looper checking in this morning from Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York, as we're bracing for a few thunderstorms on the horizon. All right, let me get back to horse feathers here. By the way, we got plenty of room for you on a Monday. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, sir. Thanks for hanging in there.
Over, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So anyways, yeah, Kyle and Don showed up there. I hung out with them there for a couple hours while they kind of explained things to me, how things worked, how things went on, and so had some good racing. But the thing we found out about bracket racing, there isn't a whole lot of spectators that show up to that.
Really?
So when I was out in the bleachers net, I was probably one of maybe a dozen people, and it seemed like most of the people watching were people involved with the cars. So yeah, it just seemed like the only people there were the ones that were for the love of the sport, to watch the race, to be doing the racing and watch their racing go on. And they only had them and maybe a person or two, but it was a family thing. It was the husband, wife, couple kids, or something like that, aunts, uncles, or something. It was all kind of like a family thing. It was really kind of interesting to see. It wasn't the the big like you think like what we're going to see next weekend down there at the Virginia Motorsports Park. And down there in Petersburg, Virginia, down there outside Richmond. So we'll have to keep an eye on the weather for next week for that, see what we got coming along for there. But no, it's a really, really nice family thing there. And I guess from what I understand, there's a whole bunch of racing that goes on there besides the straight line racing in the area. You get down Sellens Grove and I guess around Williamsport, there's a couple of dirt tracks. So you could really make a good weekend of it if you get up there and want to do some a little bit of travel of within like a 50-60 mile radius, you could do quite a bit of racing. So see dirt track racing and straight line racing and all kinds of stuff. But anyways, I don't know what more can I report on that. That's about what we got with that. And as I say, met a bunch of nice people, and as I say, Kyle and Don did good. Actually talked to them a little bit about where I'm at with the guy I work for, and got information exchange between him and my boss. And my boss sounds like he's interested in trying to do a little trial run with what goes on with the fuel and the oil side, the two-step treatment, see what results we can get for a little bit. So I think that's hooked up pretty good to see how that'll come out, see what results we get out of that. So I'm glad that connection worked out. And but yeah, I guess I'm thinking about going down to Richmond next week. I'd like to see the diesel drags, and as well as the fire pump, S10 diesel there, the fastest diesel ever. And they're supposed to have four diesel dragsters down there. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that, especially after seeing the dragsters up there at Beaver Springs there last weekend. So as I say, we'll have to look and see what the weather's going to be. You and the AccuWeather gods, because you kind of cut the day short on Saturday. You and the AccuWeather gods. The skies kind of opened up there at about 3:00 in the afternoon there, and they didn't get the third run in. They didn't get the third round in there. So they ended up having to split the money early, and I don't know if everybody got what they were hoping for with the payout at the end of the day there. By the sounds of it, they were splitting it up a lot of ways. That I think more people got more little money than less people got more money. That's the way I guess it was.
Yeah, because it was supposed to have been a 10,000 to win kind of thing. It was like 10,000 Thursday, then a 20,000 Friday, and then 10,000 to win again on Saturday. The different categories, I guess. Now I mentioned Chris Mancini, and I saw he posted a few hours ago that I thought he was at Beaver Springs. You didn't meet him because he wasn't there. Apparently he was wherever he was. Keystone got rained out, wherever Keystone Raceway is. But he said he loaded the car and he rushed to get to. I guess he was at Quaker City, which I pulled up Quaker City Race Park, Motorsports Park. That's actually here in Ohio somewhere. Quaker City Motorsports Park in I guess that's Salem, Ohio. But he actually won.
Yeah, you know better than I do.
They were bracket racing there as well, because that's what he does, the bracket racing thing. But he actually won over the weekend, so congratulations to Chris on another victorious weekend.
Yeah. So what's this storm we got coming now? Is the letter C? What's that letter? What's the name of that one coming this way now? Coming up out of North Carolina to Maryland?
Claudette.
Claudette. So when's Claudette supposed to be getting out of North Carolina and coming up the coast there to Maryland, Ocean City, Maryland, and probably Delaware? When's all that supposed to happen there? I kind of missed it. It was kind of realized what you were talking about when you were already past what you were talking about.
It's going to be it's more like Tuesday before it gets up into that region. It's going to eventually Tuesday into Wednesday be all the way up. Finally up toward, probably toward like Halifax, Nova Scotia. So maybe later today, late this afternoon, it'll be kind of pushing east of you.
All right. Well, I'm headed down to the Delaware coast right now, so I'll be in and out of there and back home by noontime. So that'll all work out good. And did you say there when you were reading your text messages there that it was Raymond coming to Maryland? Raymond's coming to Maryland to visit me?
I don't know if he's coming to visit you, but yeah, he's going to be heading through. He's going to be in your neck of the woods.
All right. Well, I gotta see. Do we have any friends? Do we know anybody down in the Richmond area? Because I'm thinking about if I go down there for Saturday, I'm almost thinking about trying to ride down there Friday evening and maybe camp somewhere along the way and get a few hours of snoozing in before everything starts Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know if we had any friends down there want to buy me breakfast or something like that, Saturday morning down in the Richmond area. But I guess we'll throw that out there and see if anybody check in on that. Maybe, I know Spaceman's family was originally from the Richmond area, but I don't know if he still has relatives down in Richmond or not there. So, but anyway, so the one thing Kyle and I got to talk about, you'll like this. Now, we know you broadcast there from the streetcar named Desire, and I guess there's a whole deal with the city of Cincinnati there with the use of the streetcar named Desire that I guess it can't leave the Cincinnati area.
Mm-hmm.
So we're working on this deal there. We think we got this motor coach deal worked out, but of course, since all your broadcast equipment is in the streetcar named Desire, I guess this worked out. There's going to be a second set of broadcasting equipment put in like one of these, these toy hauler trailers that they have. You kind of got, the living quarters in the front, and then the back's all set up for toy hauling and stuff.
Right.
I guess the whole studio is going to be made in one of these toy hauling trailers. So you can have the motor coach, and the motor coach is going to be named Wishful Thinking instead of streetcar named Desire. So
Wishful Thinking.
Wishful Thinking. And you're going to be able to go out on tour with Wishful Thinking with the whole studio set up in the toy hauling trailer. How's that sound? It sounds like a great idea to me there. You get out to all the truck stops overnight like you used to do there on the old Truck and Bozo show there and spend all night at, like what was the lady there that had the chrome shop there in Wheeling, West Virginia?
Yeah. Carol Watson.
There.
Yep.
There you go. Yep. See, and I tell you what, this show is going to get on the road, Steve. You You just thought this was just going to be an up-and-coming program, but we're going to get this show on the road.
On the road. Okay. Well, thanks for the heads up. We'll see where that goes. Well, thank you very much, Horse Feathers. All right, looks like the Weather Service there out of Chicago has allowed the tornado warning that was in effect to expire. Yeah, but that line is still prompting many severe thunderstorm warnings. Definitely going to be dealing with strong straight-line winds. Some of these going to begin moving into northwestern Indiana, as a matter of fact, right about now as we speak, as they all progress off to the east. Meanwhile, what else do we have here? All right, speaking of racing action, we got tractor pull action as well. Let me give you a couple of updates here. Father's Day is we're wrapping up Father's Day, but we had Hot Shot Secret had a Father's Day weekend special going, by the way, which will continue through the day today. This is the final day. That was the Father's Day sale through Monday, which you'll get a free 16-ounce bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator with any order of $40 or more. You don't even have to have a coupon for that. And while you're at the Hot Shot Secret website, jump on over and enter to win. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets for the Budweiser Dairyland National Truck and Tractor Pool coming up next weekend in Tomah, Wisconsin. Another big racing weekend for the tractor pools. So, again, hotshotsecret.com. They've got their contest giveaway page. You've got till Wednesday to get registered, again, for a 4-pack of tickets for the Dairyland Nationals. I guess I should mention, typically, again, Joel Morrow would be with us on Mondays. Joel did have his heart valve replacement surgery, open heart surgery, this past Thursday. My understanding, everything went well with the procedure, and I believe he's slated to be released from the hospital maybe later today, and then it's on the road to recovery. So sometime in the next few weeks when he gets back up to it, I'm not sure how long it takes to recover from that, but I'm sure it takes some time. But everything went well with Joel, and he said thanks to everyone for their prayers, their support. And let's see what else we got here. A couple of other updates to throw your way. I had a 5-star review from one of our friends out there. Jerry said, after adding to the oil the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, I noticed an improvement in the engine almost right away. After about 1,500 miles, the engine went from the normal diesel rattle to almost like a hum. I mean, amazing that the quietest the engine has ever been. With 280,000 miles, it's running like new. 5-star review. All right, let's see. Next weekend, it is a big weekend. The Holly Rock Customs Summer Diesel Showdown, number 2, at Virginia Motorsports Park, 25th and 26th. That's where Kyle will be headed next weekend. And I think they're anticipating a pretty good crowd for that event. All right, looking at 9 before the hour. Wide open lines here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. All right, some of the industry headlines. As we know, it's been downright hot out there, and it continues to be hot out west in the southwestern portions of the country. Got the red flag warnings in place once again for western Colorado, much of Utah, southern Nevada, northwestern portions of Arizona, the entire region. Not nearly as many as like the excessive heat warnings that we saw through much of last week and through the weekend here. Finally, a little bit cooler out west. But as the temperatures rise during the summer, we all know truckers are often exposed to dangerously hot conditions that can lead to heat-related illnesses. And from our friends at CDL Life, they say, here's what you need to know to protect your health in sweltering weather as temperatures climb into the 90s and even triple digits. So does the risk to truck drivers of contracting heat-related illness. Now, many truck drivers are lucky enough to have access to air conditioning in their vehicles while idling or using their APU. But some drivers end up sweating it out if they don't have an APU or you're in an area with strict idling rules. Some drivers are forced to park overnight in areas that aren't safe, and they're afraid to even crack the window to let in a breeze. Excessive heat can have deadly consequences for drivers on the road. Last summer, the summer of 2020, a 62-year-old driver and his dog were found deceased in a hot truck at a truck stop in Barstow, California. Here's a quick rundown from the National Weather Service, some of the symptoms and recommended treatment for different heat-related illness that you should know. You start with heat cramps. Heat cramps may be the first sign of heat-related illness, which could lead to the next step would be heat exhaustion or heat stroke. Symptoms would include painful muscle cramps and spasms, usually in the legs or the abdomen, heavy sweating. Apply firm pressure on cramping muscles or gently massage to relieve the spasms. Give sips of water unless the person complains of nausea. Then stop giving water. You don't have to immediately seek medical attention, but if the cramps last longer than an hour, that would be probably the need to seek medical attention. Next step is then the heat exhaustion. Heavy sweating, weakness, cool, pale, clammy skin. You'll have a weak pulse, coupled with the muscle cramps, nausea, vomiting, headache. That's where you've got to get someone into a cooler environment, preferably a well air-conditioned room. Loosen clothing, apply cool, wet cloths. Have the person, if you have access, sit in a cool bath. And seek medical attention if the person vomits, symptoms get worse or last more than an hour. The last you don't want to get to, of course, would be the heat stroke. A throbbing headache, confusion, nausea, body temperature above 103 degrees. Hot, red, dry or damp skin. They may faint, lose consciousness. Heat stroke is a severe medical emergency. Don't delay. Call 911 or get a victim to the hospital immediately. You got to get the body temperature down. Use cool cloths or a bath. A fan if the heat index temperatures are below the high 90s. A fan can actually make you hotter at high temperatures. And they say do not give fluids, which my guess would have always been a cold drink to try to cool them down. But for heat stroke symptoms, do not, they underscore that, give fluids. All righty, next up on the list here, police are warning truck drivers if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Following a robbery at an Indiana truck stop late last week. The old games. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon this was, on June the 17th, at a Love's truck stop in St. Paul, Indiana. According to the Decatur County Sheriff, 5 white males in a black Chrysler van were conducting the scam in a truck stop lot. Police say the suspects claimed to have won the lottery. They were inviting drivers to double your money or triple your money by picking a card. Just pick a card. When the victim produces a sum of cash, the suspects forcibly take your money and they disappear. It's the age-old scam, they say, that unfortunately our people occasionally still fall for it. If it seems too good to be true, stay safe. But the sheriff does say anyone who witnessed the robbery is asked to call the Decatur County Sheriff's Office if you might have a tip, again, any sort of information. All right, we'll get to some of our other industry headlines coming up here. Lots to cover on a back-to-work Monday, close out the Father's Day weekend. Last week for Don Talley, June the 12th. I guess in a word, that day was overwhelming, is the way he put it. Don was one of the 2 Citizen Driver honorees for 2021. Travel Centers of America. He learned of the honor back in April, but the dedication ceremony took place at the Petro in Gaston, Indiana. He actually took a break from training 4 new hires a few days after the ceremony to tell us about his experience, us being our friends at Landline. Don is an OIDA member. He said it was overwhelming. People even came from out of state. And some of the road dog guys surprised me and showed up. It was pretty cool. As the plaque and the signage at the Petro was unveiled, the accomplishment, he says, really began to sink in. The people at TA Petro went over the top to make everything special, he said. It's such a great honor. It was all good. Some of my family members knew I was good at my job, but to get this kind of recognition, it was pretty unreal. He's now appreciative to be among this elite group of drivers. All the people who've won this award before me were like family, he said. They've already reached out and talked to me. Dan Porter, of course, who was also announced it as a Citizen Driver for 2021. His ceremony, dedication of his truck stop is going to be coming up here in July. I've got that. I got the dates in my email. We'll share that with you here in a bit. Don actually went on to credit former OIDA Tour Trailer skipper 2016 Citizen Driver honoree John Osborne for helping him restart his membership. For his part, Talley said he's going to continue giving trucking his all while helping as many people as he can along the way. So there you go. Congratulations, Don, on your dedication ceremony there. Yeah, Dusty Chrome will be getting his ceremony again coming up here in about a month from now. Our number is 844-844-3388. Wide open lines on a back-to-work Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Department of Homeland Security has announced that travel restrictions on the Canadian and Mexican borders will continue into July. The bans on non-essential travel between the countries will last until July 21st. The department says the extension will continue to help reduce the spread of the virus while allowing essential trade and travel to continue. After a preliminary investigation, authorities are calling a deadly crash at a Florida Pride parade an accident. A truck about to join the Wilton Manors parade Saturday evening quickly accelerated, hitting at least 2 people, killing 1 and severely injuring another. Police say they believe the elderly driver accidentally accelerated. He was taken into custody at the scene and has cooperated with the investigation. And the United States has sent 2.5 million doses of COVID vaccine to Taiwan. The shipment of the Moderna vaccine tripled the U.S.'s previous commitment to Taiwan as the island deals with a surge in new cases. This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus now accounts for about 10% of new cases in the United States after the strain first identified in India became the dominant strain in the UK. The more transmissible variant is already causing hotspots of infection in rural parts of Missouri and Kansas. But Dr. Scott Gottlieb doesn't believe the strain is more dangerous, but just infects people more easily. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that forecasters expect Delta to lead to a surge in cases in the fall.
They are predicting that in a scenario where we only get to about 75% of the eligible population vaccinated and have a 60% more transmissible variant, which this new Delta variant may be 60% more transmissible than 117, they do show an upsurge of infection and reaching a peak of around 20% of the infection that we reached last winter. So about 20% of the peak in January, we will hit in the fall at some point. I think that's probably an aggressive estimate. I don't think it'll be quite that dire. But when you do look at those estimates, you see it varies widely between states.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
One senator is throwing out a new proposal on infrastructure, one whose price tag goes beyond even the White House's bill. Jeremy Scott has more.
A bipartisan group of nearly 24 senators have pitched a much smaller proposal than the Biden administration's $4 trillion infrastructure plan, which invests in roads, bridges, and other projects. But that's not good enough, says Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
One of the concerns that I do have about the bipartisan bill is how they are going to pay for their proposals. And they're not clear yet. I don't know that they even know yet.
Senator Sanders drew a line in the sand on NBC's Meet the Press.
Some of the speculation is raising a gas tax, which I don't support, a fee on electric vehicles, privatization of infrastructure. Those are proposals that I would not support.
Democrats are seeking to include climate change mitigation and new investments in areas like childcare in their proposal. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And Tropical Depression Claudette is moving into the Carolinas after dropping heavy rains in Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. 10 people, including 9 children, died Saturday in a multiple vehicle crash south of Montgomery, Alabama. Police say 8 children were killed in a van from a youth ranch for abused or neglected kids. The vehicle is likely hydroplaned on the wet roads, triggering a chain reaction crash. Claudette is forecast to re-strengthen into a tropical storm before it moves over the North Carolina coast and back out to sea. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we jump right back into it here. Round number 2 on a Monday. Yeah, Mondays, which are typically a little bit on the slow side. Yep. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Let me jump right back into weather because, as anticipated, I said some of these storms are going to be moving into northwest Indiana out of northeast Illinois. And right at the top of the hour, another tornado warning issued. Tornado warning for several counties. This is Will County, east central Will County in northeast Illinois. You've got now northeastern Newton County in northwest Indiana, southwestern Porter County in northwest Indiana, Lake County, and northwestern Jasper County, all those in northwestern Indiana. It's a line of thunderstorms which is capable of producing what they're describing as brief tornadoes. Sounds like this is a line where tornadoes have been kind of dropping down, popping up and down as they tend to do. And so near St. John or near Cedar Lake. Radar indicated rotation there. This storm would be near Cedar Lake right about now. Crown Point, Lowell. Let's see, in about 5 minutes. The Lakes of Four Seasons around 12:20 Central Time, obviously. About 10, 12 minutes from now. So this includes Indiana University Northwest, Ileana Motor Speedway, the Lake County Fairgrounds. If you're rolling along I-80, you've got a tornado warning between the mile marker 8 and 14. I-90 between the 23 and 30 mile markers. I-65 between the 227 and 260 mile marker. Again, that is a tornado warning for that region. Strong storms even at this late night, early morning hour. All right, last week, dozens and dozens of heat records were shattered out west. Yeah, talk of record-breaking temperatures. It's almost beginning to sound like a broken record to some folks out there. AccuWeather says that the record-challenging heat is going to persist. Yeah, well, it did through the Father's Day weekend for a good portion of the West. We saw records continuing to be challenged over the weekend. Saturday, Las Vegas marked its third day in a row of either setting or tying a record high temperature there. They hit 114 degrees on Saturday. That tied the record from that date in 1940. Father's Day this past day. Yeah, more records falling in parts of California, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico once again. Now, this unseasonable heat's going to continue to creep further east. Going to be reaching into parts of the southern plains, especially portions of western Texas and the Texas Panhandle as we get the new week underway here. A majority of the Southwest, of course, we're talking about the drought conditions. California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, they all so badly need rain. And this extreme heat is just making things worse. Generally, the more time the sun's intense rays can heat the dry ground, the higher the temperatures soar. You don't have any moisture in the ground, and the ground heats up a whole lot faster. While there's too many entries into the history books that were rewritten this past week to list them all, there were a few that were a bit more impressive than the rest. For example, Tucson, Arizona broke a daily high temperature record each afternoon for 6 days in a row. June the 12th through the 17th, a little further north, Salt Lake City, Utah, tied your all-time record high on the 15th when you topped out at 107 degrees. Of course, we were talking all week about Death Valley there in California, one of the hottest places on the planet. June 16th and 17th, you saw the Death Valley at 128 degrees. Palm Springs, California, June the 17th, managed to record the hottest June day on record when the mercury topped out at 123 degrees. That also tied the all-time record high for the city, which is a distinction that 2021 now shares with 3 other years in history. All right, while heat continues in the Southwest, forecasters do say some good news is on the horizon in some parts of the country that were dealing with the record heat last week, and that's obviously with that frontal system pushing through the Dakotas. Minneapolis is going to cool down. Chicago, after your storms tonight, a much cooler day is on the horizon. Now, as the heat builds into places like Texas, we've been talking about strains on the power grid. Texas is one of several states suffering through some record-breaking heat, pushing the power grid to the limits. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, much of last week was urging residents to do your part by raising the temperature on your thermostats. Yeah, nowadays, more and more people are jumping on to what they call smart thermostats. Did you realize smart thermostats can actually be controlled remotely? And several smart thermostat owners say their devices have been controlled remotely to conserve energy, leaving them in sweltering homes without a clue as to why. Well, turns out some people just didn't read the fine print, apparently. Several residents in the Houston area said that they had unknowingly enrolled in a program called Smart Savers Texas as part of a promotion, according to the report from the local ABC affiliate, WFAA. The agreement states that in exchange for an entry into sweepstakes, electric customers grant permission for the program's operator, which is Energy Hub, to control their thermostats during periods of high energy demand. One resident who spoke to WFAA said, "I got home from work to find the temperature on my smart thermostat had been jacked up while my wife and my newborn daughter were taking a nap. They'd been asleep long enough. The house was already at 78 degrees. They woke up sweating." He unenrolled from the program as soon as he found out and expressed his concern about how the remote temperature adjustment could affect his family's health. I mean, was my daughter at the point of overheating? I mean, she's only 3 months old. They dehydrate very quickly. Energy Hub's website says they partnered with several thermostat providers, including Google and Amazon. And their list of clients include major energy companies, the National Grid, CenterPoint Energy, and ERCOT all participate during energy-saving events. The program increases the temperature on participating thermostats by supposedly up to 4 degrees. So if you've got your thermostat set at 75, they may bump it up to 79. Customers will typically receive an offer to join the program from their energy provider or the manufacturer of their thermostat. They said you can opt out at any time. On average, these energy-saving events occur between 2 to 8 times on any given summer. In a statement from CenterPoint Energy, they said they conducted a test curtailment event last week between 2 and 5 in the afternoon, where they reduced consumption from their residential customers, those that had agreed to participate in this Smart Savers Texas program. And we're just into officially now, the first full day of summer. The heat is on, and more and more. Let's electrify everything. Our number is 844-844-3388. I'm going to jump back over because I believe we've got another tornado warning you got a couple of them that have popped up here in the last couple of minutes. Let's start with the Weather Service out of Chicago, Porter County in northwest Indiana. Again, tornado warning. This particular storm is going to remain over mainly rural areas in northeast Porter County. But if you're on I-90 between the 27 and 37 mile marker, I-94 between the 26 and 30 mile marker, tornado warning there. The other that just popped up, this is up into southwestern Michigan, out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, the National Weather Service there. Tornado warning for southeastern Van Buren County. Again, southwest Michigan. moving east at 30 miles per hour. So according to this report, you've got a tornado, quarter-size hail. Dangerous storm. It'll be near Decatur at about 1:25 a.m. Eastern. Paw Paw around 1:35. Lawton about 1:40 a.m. Kind of unusual to have this much tornadic type of activity at this late kind of an hour. Normally storms begin to kind of die off when you get the loss of some of the daytime heating. But as they mentioned, all the ingredients had come together this past day. Lots of moisture streaming in from the south and a powerful cold front sweeping, and it's called the clash of the air masses. There you go. All right, again, wide open lines here. It's 844-844-3388. Jump on in, help Steve make it through a Monday, all right? What's going on? This was, I guess, kind of good news. Remember who could forget? The summer of 2020, the violence out there, truck drivers having to deal with protests, blocked interstates. And we had the one truck driver that got caught up in a group of protesters in Minneapolis last summer. Prosecutors have agreed to not move forward with the charges against that truck driver. Friday, prosecutors announced the 36-year-old truck driver had entered into continuance without prosecution agreement during an online court appearance. What does that mean? Per the agreement, prosecutors will no longer pursue a felony count of threats of violence and a gross misdemeanor count of criminal vehicular operation against Viterko, as long as he doesn't get into legal trouble in the next year. As part of the agreement, he's participating in what they call a restorative justice program, and he will pay restitution. The charges date back to March 31st of last year, where he was swarmed by hundreds of people protesting the death of George Floyd while driving onto the I-35W bridge over the Mississippi River, downtown Minneapolis. Now, he was initially physically attacked by protesters before some of the bystanders and police came to his defense. His wallet, cell phone were actually stolen during the incident. He told police he was returning from a delivery. He had not intended to drive into the protest. He did admit he was kind of in a hurry when this all took place. But then comes the criminal complaint months after the incident, where the county attorney said that the thorough investigation showed that Viterko wanted to scare people out of his path. Investigators also spoke to numerous people who said that they thought they were going to be struck or killed by the truck. Well, then get off the damn freeway, right? If you're going to be playing out in traffic, you might get run over. Yeah, the Freeman's office also said that one person did suffer scrapes and abrasions while trying to get out of the way of the truck. Viterko, for his part, also suffered cuts to his face. Interesting, though, none of the protesters actually got charged. They're physically attacking the truck driver. How is it the protesters don't get charged, but the guy that finds himself in obviously a concerning situation, fearing for his life, he's the one that gets charged? All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll refresh, see if we have any additional warnings. Yeah, yet another tornado warning from the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. This is northern LaPorte County. Again, northwest Indiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Westville. Moving east at like 55 miles per hour. Moving at highway speed. This dangerous storm will be near LaPorte, Indiana, about 1:35 a.m., about 12 minutes from now. Travel along I-80. This is going to be impacting between the 38 and 56 mile markers. I-94 between the 33 and 36 mile marker. Tornado warning. All right, let's get an update from what's going on with Fulton County, Georgia, where, according to the Gateway pundit, the lying fake news media is trying desperately to downplay the damning election report from Fulton County, Georgia. Now, we talked about that late last week, the explosive report last Thursday night that was describing massive fraud in the 2020 presidential election there in Fulton County. A hand-picked contractor in the State Farm Arena, Carter Jones from Seven Hill Strategies, wrote a 29-page memo that outlined the massive election integrity failures and the mismanagement he witnessed at the Atlanta area's election centers. He tells of 2 more instances where the election officials were double scanning votes during those late night hours after election observers and the media were sent home. The Gateway pundit was the first to report that Ruby Freeman was also seen double scanning stacks of ballots at the State Farm Center in Atlanta after observers were sent home on election night. Remember how this all unfolded? The oddities that everybody was sent home, but there were still just a handful of people there that were still scanning ballots. And how the numbers, quite interestingly, changed during those late night, early morning hours. Now, it says here the Associated Press is running cover for Carter Jones, Secretary Raffensperger, and the corrupt Georgia officials. Detailed notes kept by Carter Jones over the week of the general election in November and obtained by the Associated Press challenge many of the allegations of fraud and misconduct that have circulated since the election. They chronicle everything Jones saw in Fulton County from the evening of Monday, November the 2nd, the day before the election, through late Saturday, November the 7th, when the last ballots were counted. It's not what it looks like during the election. It's what happens after the election and what it looks like at the end, he explains in an exclusive interview with the Associated Press last week. Fulton was able to make their numbers zero out, and there was nothing that should challenge the certification of the election. But they were manipulated. In a statement Wednesday, Raffensperger noted the Jones findings of continued problems and said, well, it was important to have him there as the eyes and ears on the ground. Jones said this election operations was characterized by systemic poor management. There were chain of custody problems. There were ballot bags that weren't even sealed. While he says, I realize many of these problems contribute to some people's doubts about the security of the election. All right, he also noted that while the process was messy, he thinks, now this is Raffensperger, who's trying to cover up everything. He said, I think we managed to get everything right at the end. All the numbers added up. Okay. Well, the Georgia election today is the 21st day of June. Today is the day in court where supposedly they're going to hash out the pros and the cons of how these mail-in ballots are going to be released and handled for a recount to see if there was the double counting. They're going to look into that whole thing where stacks of hundreds of ballots appeared to potentially have been run through a copy machine, photocopies. So that'll be a bit later today. We'll know a whole lot more about what's going in there. As we head toward our bottom of the hour news break, again, wide open lines here on a Back to Work Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Another tornado warning from the Weather Service office in northern Indiana. This time it's Cass County, southwest Michigan. Northwestern St. Joseph County, also southwestern Michigan, and southeastern Berrien County. Radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Niles at about 1:40 a.m. and Marcellus at about 1:45 a.m. It doesn't look like this one's particularly crossing any major interstate roadways, but my, what an active night as far as weather is concerned. In northern Indiana, southwestern Michigan now. Again, we don't have tornado watches, but it's kind of surprising with the number of tornadoes. It's just severe thunderstorm watches that continue through northern Indiana on over into northwest and north central Ohio and much of southern Michigan tonight. All right, so we'll get a news break and come back. If you want to jump on in here, again, very quiet on the phones. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical Depression Claudette has moved into the Carolinas after dropping heavy rains in Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Forecasters say the storm has already strengthened a little and is expected to re-strengthen to tropical storm levels before it moves into the Atlantic. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for parts of North Carolina, including Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. Tropical storm watches extend into South Carolina. Claudette is expected to move offshore by Monday night and head northeast, passing to the south of Nova Scotia by Tuesday night. And negotiations continue between lawmakers over a nearly $1 trillion proposed infrastructure package from a bipartisan group of senators. One member of that group, Senator Rob Portman, believes there is a desire for a bipartisan deal on infrastructure spending. The Ohio Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press that he's already spoken with many colleagues who are ready to support it.
I think we're absolutely committed to it, and I think there's a number of others as well on both sides of the aisle.
This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here on a Monday morning. Very, very active night weather-wise, my. Yeah, with numerous tornado warnings. The latest just issued from the National Weather Service in northern Indiana for northeastern Stark County and central LaPorte County. Both of those are northwest Indiana. Now, this is the line of storms that produced a tornado back in northeastern Illinois, just after the midnight hour Eastern time. Right as we were getting things started here, that was the warning we were talking about, and video is coming in. Reports in... I'm looking at some of the from the National Weather Service there. It was a confirmed, large, extremely dangerous tornado that touched down near Woodridge. Damage to several communities. Again, this is according to the early reports. Just happened a little over an hour ago. Multiple reports of damage from Woodridge, debris scattered across Interstate 355. Power lines, structures suffering heavy damage in that suburb. The rotation from that particular cell weakened a bit, but again, that line is still producing warnings. So take these warnings seriously. According to the National Weather Service Office Doppler radar there, debris was thrown thousands of feet into the air by this particular cell. The storm damage also reported in Plainfield, Illinois. Originally touching down right there near the border of Woodridge and Bolingbrook. And again, the Doppler radar signatures determining that you could see that it was definitely on the ground. So no reports of injuries at this point in time, but it's kind of a developing situation. That was the Chicago suburbs, right? Touching down there. Let's see. Receiving reports of substantial damage in South Haven, Indiana now. This possible tornado is headed into extreme eastern Porter County and then LaPorte County. That's the one we were just mentioning a moment ago. That was from the National Weather Service out of Chicago here just a couple of minutes ago. Reed Timmer says massive tornadoes struck locations like Woodridge to Darien, Illinois, just southwest of Chicago. At peak intensity, it was likely at least an EF3. EF3 damage in very populated areas. The tornado looked like what they call a wedge tornado when crossing near I-55 near Darien, where the debris ball had spiral bands. All right, let's see. That was about an hour ago. Destructive tornado ongoing for Chicago suburbs. So, yeah, definitely trying to keep an eye on things, keep you up to speed here on a Monday morning. All right, we've got plenty of room for you. Do you want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. Is this Daniel?
Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing better than some of the folks up and around the Chicago area. It's a rough night.
Oh, yeah. I'm, I guess, first-time caller, first time since the payphone days when I called your dad. But
wow, it's been a long time since you've called, huh?
Oh, it's been a couple decades, over 20 years now.
A couple of decades, wow, okay. You been driving truck all those years, or?
Yes, sir. We've been driving truck coast to coast all these years. Just out here having fun.
Wow. So where did we find you at tonight? Where are you at out there?
I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina tonight. Headed up here till Walmart. Oh.
Did you get any of that rain from Claudette this past day? Did you get some of the storms, or?
We got a little bit of rain along my drive today, but I also slept a lot today, so we're not sure.
You might have slept through it. Okay, I got you. So
I might have slept through it, but I'd like to say get well soon to Joel. I really appreciate Mondays with Joel. Learned a lot there. In fact, listening to Joel has got me convinced that I've never driven one of them auto shift trucks, Steve, but I have decided to order one.
Really?
I have one coming in October.
How about that? Okay.
Yeah. That, and I've been using plenty of this Hot Shot Secrets Everyday Diesel, trying to support y'all.
Well,
Keep you on the air.
I was going to ask if you were a user of Hot Shot Secret because, if you've been listening, I try to hook up our first-time callers with a coupon code for $60 worth of merchandise. I bet you wouldn't mind if I sent you a code, would you?
Oh, no. I'd use that right away.
All right. Well, I
love this stuff. What's that?
I took your number down here, and I'll get that to Kyle, and we'll get you a code out here in the next day or two.
I'd appreciate it. I'm not sure exactly what that everyday diesel stuff is doing, but I can honestly say that it has made my tri-pack sound like a different motor.
Mm-hmm.
It is nice and quiet. It just hums along while I'm trying to sleep.
Excellent. Well, I thank you so much for dialing us up here, because it's kind of, if you've been listening, it's kind of a quiet night on the phone, so I appreciate you helping me out here.
Well, it's a real quiet night out here on the road. I've been 5 minutes now, and I haven't seen another semi-truck going the other way.
Oh, I'm wondering if everybody get home for Father's Day or what? It's just not like a big holiday or anything.
I guess everybody out here in North Carolina must be home for Father's Day.
Well,
Steve.
Okay.
But I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate the show, and have a good night.
Thank you so much, and you do the same. Be safe there in the Carolinas. All right, who else? Let me flip over to our social media board. Who else checking in? Yeah, we heard from Looper. Jason checking in from Denver, Colorado. Tony checking in from Hamilton, Ohio. John is he's out there, and he's talking about, they're saying maybe a lower end EF4 tornado based on some of the early damage they're surveying in Darien to the west of Oak Lawn, Illinois. Went directly through a densely populated area. Not looking good. A different John says that storm ripped through my area about 30, 40 minutes ago. We need some rain, but we don't need the tornadoes. Let's see. Jeff says, hey, we have tornado sirens and one hell of a storm in LaPorte County and Barron County, Michigan. Yes, Jeff, that is, again, an active tornado warning you've got right there in LaPorte County. John Boy checking in this morning. Please check out the recall of the Philips Dream Station CPAP machine recall. We did touch on that last week, but it may be worth mentioning it again, John, for people that may not have caught that initial story. Something about the foam that could break down, break apart, and end up getting into your lungs and possibly being carcinogenic. And apparently that's a very, very popular CPAP machine. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them, have been sold over the years. All right, I'll pull that up once again and share that with the audience. Meanwhile, what else we got going on? It's 844-844-3388. I'm looking at from the CBS affiliate out of Chicago. Severe weather sweeping through the area Sunday night, bringing a tornado to the ground in the southwest suburbs, prompting tornado warnings for a large part of the area. Let's see, during the 11 p.m. hour Central Time, tornado was confirmed near Woodridge and Bolingbrook. Crossed I-355. Debris across the interstate there. Tornado warnings were issued for a number of counties that we've been following here. Around the midnight hour Monday morning, a new warning was issued for east central Will County and Lake County. Now moving into northwest portions of Indiana. Another new tornado warning was issued soon afterward for Porter County over Chesterton, Indiana. This cell moving east at like 60 miles per hour. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings also in place for much of the area. Through the overnight early morning hours into Monday, power outages also a concern for the area on account of both lightning and winds. There are numerous reports of power outages, downed trees, pretty significant structure damage, especially for that one that touched down in the Woodbridge area. All right, anything new in the mix here? The cooler air arrives later behind this front. Temperatures in the 70s. By later today, once the front moves through, it'll be just more or less a stray shower. But they've got, I'm looking at some of the live coverage. The media is out and about, and lots of emergency response vehicles with tornadoes impacting the region this Monday morning. Eagle, how the heck are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm out. We are working tonight. I don't take holidays off, well, except for the major ones like Christmas and Thanksgiving. But Father's Day, just another day, just an overhyped holiday to me.
Right. Father's Day doesn't get near the attention that Mother's Day gets. But I mean, it was nice. My daughter came over and asked where I wanted to go eat, and I had a nice fish dinner. So just another day, right?
Yeah. I've seen a lot of restaurants as I was driving today. A lot of restaurants are full of cars and parking lots. People starting to go back out to the restaurants after this virus. I'm going to speak on that at the end of my call on the coronavirus, but I'm going to start out talking about the weather. I'm out here in Phoenix, Arizona right now, Steve, and as you know, the west coast of the U.S. is in a heat wave right now. It's still 100 degrees outside right now in Phoenix, Arizona. It got up to about 100. It was about 119 today, 119. And like I said, Arizona, I mean, during this time of the year, when you get out of your truck at night, it's almost like walking into an oven. Even at night, like I say, it's 100 degrees at night. And it's, I'm 3 hours behind you. Phoenix is, let's see, what time is it? It's about 8:30, 9 o'clock here. So, but like I say, it's, when you walk out of your truck, it's like you feel like you're in a microwave. That's how hot it gets out here in Phoenix. It's ridiculous. You have to have air conditioner out here. As a matter of fact, I don't know, maybe you could check on it a little bit later, but I've known about this for a long time. They're telling that these illegal aliens coming out of Mexico not to try to travel across the desert to get into the U.S. and to Arizona because it's so hot. They finding a lot of dead people that's trying to make their way into the United States right now with dying of heat exhaustion and heat stroke out in the middle of the desert trying to cross into Phoenix and Tucson and all these places in Arizona. So they're taking a real dangerous risk just walking across the desert in 120-degree heat. So good luck if they can make it. But, you know something, Steve? Chicago, I've done a lot of driving in Chicago. I've never really heard of you talking about the tornadoes. After I hang out with you, I'm going to turn into the Chicago radio station and see what they're talking about. But I haven't heard of, you don't really hear about too many tornadoes in Chicago. I've been in that exact area you're talking about, Bolingbrook and Interstate 55 and 355. I've traveled in that area a lot, but I've never recalled hearing about a tornado hitting the Illinois area. That's real, real rare, especially in Chicago for a tornado. So, I'll be interested to see what kind of damage they got tomorrow morning. I don't think it's going to be as bad as what happened in Alabama and some of the southern states. But, Chicago is not known to have tornadoes. So that'll be interesting to take a look at the video and see what kind of damage they got tomorrow. But something, Steve, one of the things another thing I wanted to talk to you about is this coronavirus deal. As I travel around, Joe Biden keeps flapping his mouth as usual, saying that by July 4th, I think he said he wanted to have 70% of the United States population vaccinated. This whole deal, Steve, this whole deal has been, I've talked to you before, this whole deal has been nothing but a scam the whole time, man. I've been driving, trucking for the whole year and a half that this virus has been around. Ain't even came close to catching no coronavirus. I wear a mask if I'm told to wear one to go into a establishment or a business. If not, then I walk in without one. But I haven't, I know there's people out there that's died. I know that there's people that contracted it, but a lot of these individuals already have pre-existing conditions, and they're trying to play the game again, Steve. They're trying to say now that they got another variant out there that is more contagious and more dangerous than the first one. And they're trying to shut down. They're trying to keep the U.S. shut down. And speaking of that, I definitely want to get to Joe Biden because you know how I feel about that guy. But they're trying to scare people into staying at home and trying to do the same thing. But I'm advising people right now, go ahead on and live your life. There's nothing to be scared of. Like I said, these people have put so many businesses out of business and put a lot of people out of work, and it makes absolutely no sense over nothing. But you know something, Steve? Here's what really makes me mad about Joe. I forgot to talk to you about this last week. Here's what really upsets me. You know, they're trying to credit Joe Biden for creating all these jobs, talking about all these jobs that are opening up right now. And I can't believe that these people are so stupid that they can't put two and two together. Joe Biden hasn't created any jobs since he's been in the White House. These are all the jobs that were shut down during the coronavirus that Donald Trump shut down. All these businesses that were told that they couldn't operate. These are all the businesses. None of these jobs that are coming back are new jobs. These are the jobs that were shut down due to coronavirus. Joe Biden hasn't created no jobs. He's riding the coattails of Donald Trump. And it really pisses me off that they're trying to say that Joe Biden is responsible for this great work and all these jobs that are available right now. The only jobs that are available are the jobs that were shut down by Donald Trump. And by the way, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, you was talking about the Georgia deal. You know, I told you I used to live in Georgia a couple of years ago, and it doesn't do any good. Anybody, I told you this last Thursday on your show. Anybody in their right mind, like I say, anybody that has any kind of a brain functioning in their head knows that Donald Trump got ripped off. They talked about it all kind of bad. They got video of people bringing in briefcases full of ballots. But like I say, nothing's going to be done about it. The election was stolen from Donald Trump, and nothing that they bring up right now is going to change the outcome of it because they don't want to see Trump in the White House. And unfortunately, Steve, I've come to the conclusion, and I hate to say this, you know, it's been almost a year now since Trump has left the White House. I'm hoping that things will change up in the next 2 to 3 years. But at the rate that they're going right now, Steve, it's going to be real hard to get another Republican in the White House because these people have rigged the system up so bad that whether it's Donald Trump or any other Republican, I understand that the man down there in Florida might run for president. It's going to be real hard for a Republican to ever step foot in the White House due to this rigged system that we're living in. And it's a shame that it happened in the United States of America. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Eagle, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. And there's plenty of room for you here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. I'm looking at some of the live blogs, some of the advisories coming in here in the last 30 minutes or so. As storms continue to impact wide swaths of northern Indiana and southeastern Michigan. I have latest warnings till 2:15 a.m. Eastern time. LaPorte County, parts of Elkhart, Indiana, St. Joe's, Pulaski, Fulton, Stark, Marshall counties in Indiana. Of course, southwest Michigan also being impacted. These storms are moving along toward the east at like 60 miles per hour. Even outside of the tornado-warned areas, straight line winds of 70 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail. Yeah, the latest tornado warning was, again, for LaPorte County and Stark County in northern Indiana. That one should be expiring here in a few minutes. But the damage reports, officials in Woodbridge confirming the touchdown there. Numerous structures badly damaged, residents being urged to avoid the areas. Obviously, with debris across the roadways, roads may be impassable, and power outages, the numbers really beginning to add up. I'll go to poweroutage.us and get some of the latest numbers there. All right, before we hit our top of the hour news update, who we got on the line? Is this Thomas?
It's John Wesley.
Hello, John. What's going on?
Oh, I'm glad I charged my phone up, but I didn't intend to call the same time Eagle did. But I want him to know I sure do enjoy listening to him. I'm on his team. And this weather condition, before the weekend, as the storm was coming ashore, they were just, the TV weather was just telling us how horrible it was going to be. I'm on I-20 out east of Atlanta, is where I live. We had some showers, but we didn't have any storm. I've never experienced a tornado, but we've had several of them go by and clear the ground where I was working or traveling. So I sympathize with anybody that's going through that.
Mm-hmm.
Over the last 4 years, the area I live in, like I said, I'm off of I-20 east of Atlanta. It's a light industrial area. Now we're having a lot of, looks like warehouses, huge warehouses being built. But in the past, we had a few trailer parking lots. There'd be a few trailers going in and out. But recently, they've started clearing land and putting in gravel lots and fencing them, huge, huge areas, and they have filled up with trucks and trailers. Not just individual trailers, but trucks and trailers. Over the last week, I bet I've counted close to 500 rigs just sitting and parked.
Wow.
And I'm wondering, what is going on? Is this, I don't know why it would be happening. And then one of the last callers was saying he wasn't seeing anybody on the road. So is this an indication of what's to come or whatever? I've been listening to your program and to your dad many, 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 many years ago. So just to let you know, we appreciate you. Tell Hot Shot Secret, I did buy some of the transmission fixed from them. And that's about it for tonight.
All right. Well, I thank you for checking in there. I mean, as far as the trucks being parked, are they new trucks, or you said you're saying it's trucks and trailers, right? Not just the cabs kind of thing.
No, it's full rigs, trucks and trailers.
Okay.
And they're good looking. And they look to be independents because they're all different colors. And the trailers, most of the trailers are unmarked. They're not brand new trailers. It's just something I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah, I know that, because we hear about, like General Motors and Ford and all these auto manufacturers using vast fields where they're parking these new vehicles that don't have the chips to put in them yet. Yeah, I got Kentucky Speedway. A lot of people have been sharing those, but there's different places all around the country. Yeah, there's acres and acres of trucks being parked down in, I think, the Louisville area. And it's just and I know some of the truck manufacturers as well are having the same issue with getting the chips for their vehicles. Yeah, speaking of which, I went out to the dealership, the Subaru, over the weekend. Our tags had come in for the new vehicle, and spoke to my sales guy, JC, and they were at one point last week, I believe he said they were down to 9 new vehicles on their dealership lot. I mean, nothing. I think they got a couple of vehicles in like over the past week, but I mean, for the most part, when a vehicle comes in, they almost immediately go right off the lot. I mean, there's no inventory to choose from. All right, we get a news update. Lines available. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical Depression Claudette has moved into the Carolinas after dropping heavy rains in Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Forecasters say the storm has already strengthened a little and is expected to re-strengthen to tropical storm levels before it moves into the Atlantic. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for parts of North Carolina, including Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. Tropical storm watches extend into South Carolina. Claudette is expected to move offshore by Monday night and head northeast, passing to the south of Nova Scotia by Tuesday night. And negotiations continue between lawmakers over a nearly $1 trillion proposed infrastructure package from a bipartisan group of senators. One member of that group, Senator Rob Portman, believes there is a desire for a bipartisan deal on infrastructure spending. The Ohio Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press that he's already spoken with many colleagues who are ready to support it.
I think we're absolutely committed to it, and I think there's a number of others as well on both sides of the aisle.
This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
A man accused of murdering 3 people in Oregon has been arrested in Wisconsin. Jeremy Scott reports.
Owen Nicholson turned himself into police in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, more than 2,000 miles away from where the crime spree in Coos County, Oregon occurred. Nicholson was wanted for the death of his father, whose body was found at an RV park in North Bend. He's suspected of hitting and killing a man in his 70s at the campground and critically injuring the victim's wife, and then shooting and killing a woman at a marijuana dispensary. Nicholson is believed to have abandoned his father's truck after crashing it in Oregon and making it over 2,000 miles to Wisconsin. He's facing several charges, including first-degree murder and second-degree attempted murder. He's expected in court in Milwaukee this week before returning to Oregon to face charges. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And after a preliminary investigation, authorities are calling a deadly crash at a Florida Pride parade an accident. On Saturday evening, a truck about to join the Wilton Manors parade quickly accelerated, hitting at least 2 people, killing 1 and severely injuring another. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
At his meeting last week with Vladimir Putin, President Biden said that he warned his counterpart that the U.S. would retaliate in kind against future cyber attacks. The president told reporters after the meeting that he told Putin there would be consequences unless the Kremlin clamped down on hackers, possibly beginning a cyber Cold War. But Fiona Hill says the cyber war is already a hot one. The former senior director for European and Russian affairs on the National Security Council tells CBS's Face the Nation that the U.S. needs to try to get the Russian government to agree to exercise some restraint.
We've already seen these ransomware attacks, which, many of us suspect have been criminals for hire, or at least have not been reined in by Russia, which is, tantamount also to certainly allowing attacks to take place on, everything from pipelines to hospitals and other systems. And in terms of information war, we know that the Russians have been out using social media platforms, all kinds of propaganda. So we're already there. What we're trying to do is try to rail that back and to basically rein that back, that is, and try to get some kind of restraint here.
And the U.S. is sending additional vaccines to Taiwan as the island is in the middle of its biggest outbreak of the pandemic. Jeremy Scott reports.
Taiwan welcomed 2.5 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine from the U.S. on Sunday, more than doubling the island's arsenal of shots. The Biden administration initially promised to donate 750,000 doses, but increased that number as the administration advances its pledge to send 80 million U.S.-made shots around the world. Only about 6% of Taiwan's 23.5 million people have received 1 dose of the vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back for another hour here, and let me see. Looks like all the active tornado warnings for the moment have expired. Yeah, still seeing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. These storms just booking across northern Indiana, South Bend. You're kind of next on the list here. You're gonna have strong straight-line winds pushing through South Bend here in the next few minutes. From there, our line extends. Looks like most of the heaviest rain is now pushed south and east of Gary, Indiana. Headed on down into, what would that, zoom in a little bit, north Judson, Indiana. Winnemac and Monon, Indiana. Going to see some of these storms moving in within the next hour. Our line continues to kind of expand and grow back to the south and west. Strong storms, St. Louis, you've seen some heavy rains. I'm not seeing any warnings as far as severe storms there. On back into Jefferson City, Missouri. More storms developing back in west central portions of Missouri. I'll be heading south and east towards Lebanon and Rolla, Missouri. More developing back into Kansas as well. Pretty decent cluster of thunderstorms. North of Wichita. Storms extending all the way back into Dodge City, Kansas, as a matter of fact. Very active night as we get the brand new week underway. But again, the good news, no active tornado warnings at this moment in time. Power outages beginning to add up. Michigan tops the list at this hour with more than right about 44,000 without power. Indiana with just over 25,000. Illinois more than 37,000 in the dark. Some of the largest outages in the country thanks to this line of storms pushing through. Those numbers are probably going to continue to go up through the overnight hours. Meanwhile, again, it's 844-844-3388. A quiet night. I just posted on Facebook, YouTube there. It's I love Mondays. Not. we all love Mondays. All right, 1 year ago, parts of New York City felt out of control. We had looters smashing storefront after storefront. We saw it all over the country, technically. But the mayhem that continued night after night from May into June. Yeah, at one point there was even a so-called looting dance party on the streets of Soho. The mobs were just pretty much pillaging at will. Many of which were caught on tape, some with their faces even visible, identifiable. Others even posted on their social media their own videos of what they were doing. Some of the crowd in one video screaming, "We got the Rolex store." Police were outnumbered and seemingly unprepared. Hundreds of arrests were made. Many of those arrests took place in Manhattan and along some commercial streets in the Bronx where the problems were widespread. Surveillance video showing looters breaking into many locally owned Bronx stores, ransacking the stores. NYPD data says 118 arrests were made in the Bronx during the worst of the looting early June last year. But since then, somewhat puzzling. Since then, the NYPD says the Bronx district attorney and the courts have dismissed most of the cases. 73 in all, 18 cases remain open, and there were 19 convictions, mostly for lesser counts like trespassing, which doesn't even get any jail time. Trespassing? Busting out windows, looting and pillaging stores, and you get a trespassing charge. The owner of an eyeglass shop that was looted and destroyed in the Bronx, Jessica, says these numbers, to be honest, it's disgusting. Talking about how few of the cases are being prosecuted. She's also vice president of the Local Merchants Association. She says local business leaders are very upset with how few are being held accountable and the destruction they caused. Why is this? I mean, I was in total shock. Everything's just being brushed off to the side. In Manhattan, many major retailers and local shops broken into amid the pandemic, mobs, organized criminals taking advantage of the protests. In light of the protests of George Floyd. In Manhattan, the NYPD data shows there were 485 arrests. Of those cases, 222 were dropped. 73 saw convictions for, again, lesser counts like trespassing, no jail time. Another 40 cases involved juveniles who were sent to the family court. 128 cases remain open. Law enforcement expert and former NYPD Chief of Patrol Wilbur Chapman voicing anger at the DA dropping so many looting and burglary cases. If they're so overworked that they can't handle the mission that they're hired to do, maybe they need to find another line of work. No kidding. Sources in the district attorney's office tell NBC News that evidence in some cases was just not strong enough for proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the courts closed amid the pandemic. There's a huge backlog of cases, overwhelming both the courts and the prosecutors. They did set up a task force after the riots to examine video and photos to separate suspected rioters from peaceful protesters. Yeah, that work kind of shares similarities with what the FBI is doing in making hundreds of arrests after the riot at the U.S. Capitol. And that's what kind of has me puzzled. Unlike federal prosecutors that are moving forward to prosecute the Capitol Hill rioters, New York City's prosecutors are disposing of nearly all their cases as far as the burglary-related cases. So if you're a Trump-supporting protester in the Capitol, you get jail time. If you're a looter, a rioter, burning buildings, stealing, destroying property, you get a trespassing charge. Yeah, enjoy that 52-inch television. Enjoy that Rolex watch or that diamond necklace worth thousands of dollars that you swiped in the riots. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? All right, let me see here. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Again, that number is what? 844-844-3388. If you don't want to hear another, what is it, 2 hours and 45 minutes of Horse Feathers? That'll make them call, won't it?
It might.
But, yes, here you go. Anything to help the show, Steve. But, anyways, hey, so we had some circle track racing there. Did you hear Tony Stewart was a big winner with that?
I missed that. I missed that Saturday night. Daggone it.
Yeah, I know. I did too. I was still on my way home and everything, and by the time I got home and whatever, I don't even know what time it was, and totally missed it. But I did hear the report that Tony Stewart was the big winner. So, and then the next one I believe is in Eldora. Eldora is supposed to be the next one on the circle track racing for that IROC type series.
Okay.
So you might want to look that up there and see what all the hubbub will be, and I'll have to make sure I set the DVR for this one because I definitely don't want to miss it being in Eldora. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder who the ringer will be, the local hometown hero. I wonder who will get to pull that card for that race. But I did send you a couple emails there, and I didn't know if you caught them or not, or where they were in your mix. You probably have something printed up, I'm sure, somewhere. But there was I guess there was a lawsuit with the cruise industry, and a federal judge actually ruled for the cruise industry to be able to sail out of Florida.
Yes.
I don't know what
did. Yep.
The whole deal was on that. And there's some deal with the post office supposedly getting new vehicles. They're actually being sued about the new vehicles, I guess the awarded contract or whatever. And so I didn't know if you could bring any more up on that there and see where our wonderful tax dollars are being spent and how they're being spent or being misappropriated or whatever they're doing with the post office. But you know how all that goes. Just stand out there by the post office mailbox there, and yeah, sometime in the next 3 or 4 weeks, your letter might get there. Bills and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, that's kind of what I had going for you there. But yeah, I thought we'd touch on that. And as I say, what'd you say the number was? 844-844-3388.
That's it.
Or be subjected to another 2.5 hours of horse feathers.
And according to the call screener, you have made a total of 256 calls to that number since it was implemented.
Have I? Oh my God! I'm gonna have to take a break on that. You're gonna ban me here pretty quick for
that's funny.
Excessive calling or something. But yeah, I don't know. Does that count all the times I call in and I don't get on too? Or
that's calls when you're hanging on and get disconnected and have to call back. Yeah, that's kind of stuff.
All right. Yeah. Sometimes I leave you a funny message, call and just leave you a funny message to get to see for a couple minutes, and I let it go away. But anyways, hey, with all that nonsense there, we'll let you get back to trying to play radio there. And as I said, what is it? 844-844-3388. I'll try to remember that number, and when I start handing out them Hot Shot secret decals, I'm gonna write that number on the back of the Hot Shot secret decals I hand out there with a overnightdriveradio.com where you can go to overnightdriveradio.com and see all the places to listen to this show. And
that is correct.
And all that other good stuff. Sign up for contests when there's a wonderful contest going on, and get some of the wonderful merchandise and all the Hot Shot secret stuff and all that other good stuff. So anyways, I've wasted enough of your extra airtime there. So maybe you can bring up a couple of them good stories there.
Yep.
We'll say that to you again later, Steve.
Will do. Thank you much. I was trying to remember where the heck was I? How did I miss that SRX? We went out to the Vinoclet Winery for the second annual Bluegrass Arts and Craft and Music Festival over the weekend. Yeah, Friday night we had storms come rumbling through. It rained all night long. Yeah, we had flash flood warnings all around the region here. Some places picked up 4 to 6 inches of rain. And undoubtedly, the pool was overflowing. Well, we probably picked up 5 or 6 inches of rain at the Sommers residence. Woke up to the rumble of thunder, literally shaking the house. I mean, it was like 8:30 Saturday morning as another big round of storms were pushing through. It was like the second or third round, and I thought, my. Poor folks at the Vinoclet are going to have another art and craft festival rained out. I didn't think there was a chance based on what I was seeing on the radar. But several hours later, I guess about 10 o'clock or so, the Storms pushed off to the east. The sun came out. The temperature started to rise. And whereas they were intending to get the festival started at 11 o'clock Saturday, once the sun did come out, everything was a go. They started at the noon hour. And weather held up pretty much for the rest of the day. Turned out to be a beautiful day, a good turnout there, a lot of folks showing up. Some great bluegrass music. Of course, as far as the arts and craft vendors, the ladies undoubtedly found some jewelry booths. They always find the jewelry. You notice that? But we were there fairly late into the evening, and I guess it was, the race was probably already underway before we ever left there. Then came back to the home 20 with some friends and sat out and enjoyed a beautiful evening. So among the many pet projects of Tony Stewart throughout his years have been in the world of dirt racing, which served as kind of a mega hobby of the three-time NASCAR Cup champion. Saturday night, two of his pursuits in the racing world converged, ending with a classic smoke show at one of dirt racing's greatest venues. Tony Stewart dominated the second race of the Camping World SRX series. He led 43 of 50 laps in the feature, taking the checkered flag at Knoxville Raceway. The dirt racing ace and NASCAR Camping World Truck Series driver Haley Deegan actually finished second in her SRX debut. How things shake out here, the order of finish. Okay, obviously. So Tony was first, Haley second. Ernie Francis Jr. finishing third, followed by Helio Castroneves. Michael Waltrip rounds out the top five. Bobby Labonte, followed by Marco Andretti. Brian Brown was eighth. Scott Bloomquist finishing ninth. Willie T. Ribbs 10th. Bill Elliott was 11th. And Paul Tracy finished out the field. That's pretty exciting. But how cool is it to have, the likes of Scott Bloomquist and Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte and Michael Waltrip, the Indy Racing, Helio Castroneves, all out on the track, battling at the same time. I think it was quite ingenious to come up with a series like that. All right. With that, let me see here, 24 past the hour. Let's get back up to the calls. And Jody, I believe it is, morning.
Good morning there, Steve. This is Shoney. I used to drive all night listening to you, and for the last 3 or 4 months, I went on got a job on with a company and ran day shift, and I went back on night shift effective tonight because I couldn't handle the day shift, all those crazy drivers, a lot less drivers on the road at night.
Mm-hmm.
But I also live east of Atlanta on I-20, and that gentleman that called just a while back, there's a couple of big lots east of Atlanta, and they're starting to come around Atlanta, other places too. What it is storage, parking spots for people that had owner-operators. That's what he was saying, that different colored trucks, but, the trailers, they're where people can park. They can't park at their house or neighborhood. They rent these places out because I was looking at a company that didn't have a terminal in Atlanta, and I needed to find somewhere I could park. And so I was checking these places out, and they charge $150 a month, but at least it's a secure lot out there. It's huge. And a lot of owner operators and people, that's where they park at.
So they park like if they're home for the weekend, or they park there if they're going to do like a 34-hour reset kind of thing. So okay, I got you.
Right, that's where the company I was going to go to work for was pretty much a Monday through Friday and home on the weekends, and I'm sure that's where a lot of those trucks were. And like I said, a lot of neighborhoods don't like to park in a tractor trailer truck, so there is a lot of big lots opening up. There's a couple out there on I-20 east of Atlanta. There's one on the south side of Atlanta, and but that's what that is.
Okay.
And but like you say, it's $150 a month. But it's a secure lot, and that's what I was checking out just in case I went to work for that company. But now I went to work for another company that has a terminal there in Atlanta, so I can park my tractor at the terminal, so I don't have to worry about it. Save me $150. But I figured I'd call in where I wouldn't have to listen to horse feathers. I'm just kidding. But
that's
just want to say hi. And like I said, I'm back on nights. I've been listening to you for 20, you and your dad, for 20 some odd, well, actually about 30 years. And I don't call in much because I'm not much of a talker. But I just want to say hi, and then I'll be back on nights listening to you live again instead of your listening during the daytime on your podcast.
All right. Well, it's great to hear from you, Shoney.
All right. You take care.
Thanks for checking in, helping us out here on a Monday. All right. You can do the same. It's 844-844-3388. What else we got in the mix here? Now, Mark says, nice picture, horse feathers. Nice to be able to put a face with the voice after all these years. Yeah, that's if you just joined us. Horse feathers made it to the Beaver Springs, the racetrack there. Got to meet Kyle there on Saturday. Got to see some of the bracket racing that was taking place there over in Pennsylvania. We got a picture with Kyle and horse feathers, and I did share that to my Facebook page. I'm going to put a face with the voice. You'll find that there. Meanwhile, let me see here. We'll get back to the calls just ahead. Doing a quick double check to make sure we've got the very latest news break here for the bottom of the hour. And we'll come back at 844-844-3388. All right, if you're not going to get the vaccine, which there are millions of people who to date have not and will not, they say, get the vaccine. We've been saying for some time, the price you're going to pay, you're almost ostracized from society. You're shamed. Shame on you. There's an NFL player who's unvaccinated, who is irate about the league's protocols for people that are vaccinated versus those who are not. Who this past Friday said, I'd rather die actually living. Buffalo Bills wide receiver Cole Beasley took to Twitter. He shared some of the apparent protocols that have been agreed on by the NFL and the NFL Players Association, and returned to Twitter to respond to a user who said, unvaccinated people could kill people or contribute to the spread of variants. Kind of interesting what he had to say in his banner back and forth, but that was, again, trying to shame on you. You didn't get the vaccine, you might end up killing people. And with that, quick time out here, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration says it's working on a new set of sanctions against Russia over the poisoning of Putin opposition figure Alexei Navalny, who's been imprisoned for the last several months. National Security Advisor Dan Sullivan says that the administration will issue those new sanctions when they're completed. He tells CNN that the new round will be on top of already imposed international sanctions.
We have sanctioned Russia for the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and we didn't just do it by ourselves. We rallied European allies in a joint effort to impose costs on Russia for the use of a chemical agent against one of their citizens on Russian soil. And we are preparing another package of sanctions to apply in this case as well. We've shown all along the way that we're not going to pull our punches, whether it's on SolarWinds or election interference or Navalny, when it comes to responding to Russia's harmful activities.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS and you cannot afford to make payments to the IRS, you may qualify for the CNC tax program. This is a new program, and if you qualify, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Once you're accepted into this program, the IRS is forced to stop all harassing collection activities. No threatening phone calls, no wage garnishments, no bank levies, and no more monthly payments to the IRS. Get ready to write this number down. It's the most important number you'll ever need to end your IRS tax nightmare. Call Paramount Tax Relief at 800-547-4804 for a free confidential consultation to find out if you qualify for the CNC tax program. Once you are accepted into the CNC tax program, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Call Paramount Tax Relief now at 800-547-4804. That's 800-547-4804. Again, 800-547-4804. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, good news out of northern Indiana. Again, no new tornado warnings over about the past hour. And not nearly as many severe thunderstorm warnings as we had seen for the first couple hours of the program. Now, there are still, storms still packing a punch, maybe just not reaching the criteria, the threshold to be declared a severe thunderstorm. We're still dealing with winds up to 50 miles per hour with this line of thunderstorms. I get the latest from the Weather Service office there in northern Indiana. Right now, rolling through southeastern St. Joe's, Branch, Hillsdale counties. 50 mile per hour wind, pea-size hail, some of these storms. I-69 in Michigan, between the 2-mile marker and the 21-mile marker. So again, still packing a punch. That's enough to cause more tree damage, power outages, things of that nature. We're also seeing a few severe thunderstorms popping up down into south central portions of Missouri. Take a zoom in there, see what you're looking at. About 13 miles southeast of El Dorado Springs. That cell moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail, so that does reach the criteria, the threshold. Severe thunderstorms. All right, rolling through south-central Missouri. Meanwhile, let's get back to our calls this morning, and Lucky Penny. Hi there.
Good morning, Steve. We really appreciate you being out here for us, and we thank Chris a million times over for bringing you back to us.
Yes.
We're calling you the Rush Limbaugh of nighttime trucking channel.
That's quite the compliment, Lucky Penny.
Well, Rush only gave 3 hours of his life a day. You give 5 hours of life a day. So we know it's rough on you, and we know we should call in more, but we got a bunch of chicken livers out here, afraid to call in.
Yeah, a lot of people like to listen. It's I know, and that's when it comes to talk radio the case. I mean, very few people actually ever pick up the phone and dial in to talk radio. But most people just like to listen in,
Well, I get so nervous I can hardly talk. But anyways, did you get the pictures that Ranger Jack sent you of my crash and burn?
Yes, I did, and you really knocked the crap out of yourself, didn't you?
I sure did. There was a hump right in front of my pickup truck, and I didn't see it, and I went straight in face first on the cement.
Wow.
I cracked my wrist, broke my nose, tore up my whole face. But I'm almost better already.
Well, did he ever get you to go to the doctor? I guess you must have. Did they do like an X-ray to see that you broke your nose, or?
No, because I wiggled everything and moved everything. He said if it was broken, you'd never move it like that.
Okay.
And he checked my nose, fingers, and said I was okay.
Okay.
I'm a tough old bird. I come from the mountains, you know.
Well, that's what Ranger Jack said. She's a mountain girl. She ain't going to go to the doctor.
No, my son says, I'm going to call and see who wins this fight. I said, you don't got to call and find out. You know who's going to win this fight. Because every time you go to the doctor, they either put you on another pill, they send you to 6 doctors, and then they tell you, well, there's nothing wrong with you. Go home and get healed. And that's about what ends up as.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're okay, but that was a pretty nasty spill, apparently.
That was bad. Yeah, it was. I didn't even know what I tripped on. I got up and I was bleeding so badly that I couldn't hardly see, and my glasses didn't even break. How about that?
Wow.
So, yeah. But we left, talking about, he just said to remind you, we just left Woodridge at 10 minutes after 11. Woodridge, Illinois. We were up there loading and unloading.
And that was...
How bad is that thing?
It's pretty bad. I mean, so you were... You got lucky then, because you were there, right? That's right when that tornado was coming through.
Right. Yep. We were at the 2:30 in DeMont when you announced that it hit.
Wow.
And it blew real hard the whole way down to Indianapolis. We had horrible winds. I mean, I was tempted to pull off the road. It was so bad. But you kept saying that they were all up there. You know, the tornado touchdowns were up there, so I kept going.
Yep. You're pretty much you're trying to you're trying to stay out ahead of it, but I mean this line is it's now pushing into like west central Indiana. I mean, probably later on this morning, I'm going to get out and take down the umbrellas and the canopies and all that fun stuff like I did for the weekend storms.
Really?
Yep.
All the way down to Cincinnati?
Yeah, they're going to be coming through later in the morning. I don't think they're going to be severe, but we'll probably have some good winds and thunder and lightning.
Well, today's our day off. We just want to get back home before everything tears apart.
Yep.
You don't know how much damage got up on Woodridge, that it would have taken out our DC, do ya?
No. I mean, there were some television crews like out in subdivisions showing torn up homes and the trees that are ripped off. The tops of the trees all ripped off. I'll see if I can get any additional information, but
because that Woodridge is way out there. It's not, it's in the suburbs.
Okay.
Very nice area. Nice. Nice, clean. I mean, it's beautiful out in there.
I'm going to pull up some of the latest out of from the Chicago affiliate, see if they've got anything more.
Yeah, because it really looked bad.
Yep.
Or
no
sounded
doubt.
bad, I
yes.
mean.
Yep. Yeah, it was pretty nasty.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll pull that up for you, Lucky Penny. I'm glad you're feeling better. You're on the mend, as they say. Yeah, the headline, let's see, tornado damage extensive in Woodridge and parts of Napierville. Southern DuPage County, a line of severe weather that rocked through the Chicago area. There was a large tornado in southern DuPage County, both radar indicated and by local storm spotters. There's actually some photographs. The nighttime thing, almost like out of the movie Twister, when the lightning strikes, you can see that well-defined outline of a tornado in the background. ComEd reporting more than 34,000 customers without power as of about 15 minutes ago. One local meteorologist says he believes the tornado was rated at an EF2 or greater, winds over 100 miles per hour. The radar indicated a storm chaser spotted wedge tornado on the ground for about 20 minutes in DuPage County near the southern edge of Napierville. Traveled about 10 to 15 miles west through Woodridge and Burr Ridge before weakening as it got near Justice, Illinois. Damage, down power lines, let's see, 3 people injured, gas leaks being reported in Napierville. But video from Woodridge showing extensive storm damage, large trees snapped off at the base, branches and trees littering roadways and yards, drywall, shingles from homes, signs knocked over, power lines. Emergency crews from neighboring communities, from Lyle and Darien, responding to Woodridge to help out. Police say it's an all-hands-on-deck situation. As of like 1:30 Eastern, no serious injuries reported. So far, we're mostly seeing a large amount of structural damage to homes and buildings. Police asking people to stay inside, clear of areas where emergency vehicles are working, especially due to the additional risk posed by structural damage and live power lines. The duration of the power outage is not known. And yes, some small gas leaks also reported. In a rare instance, the ball of debris created by the tornado was visible on radar near the area of I-55 in Burr Ridge. Forecasters say it was the most intense tornado this area has seen in a long time, and that the scope of the damage is likely to be great, especially due to the wedge shape. While Northeast Illinois has seen a number of larger tornadoes in the recent past, they've happened in much more rural areas, much lesser population. The amount of damage is making it difficult for crews to reach people who may need help. Some emergency responders are trying to reach anyone who may need help while others work to clear roads so they can get to them. All right. Torrential rain also causing major flooding in the city. Cars trying to navigate through 6 inches of water at I-55 in Brighton Park. Now, since the entire Chicago area has been experiencing so much drought, the ground was very hard and dry, less able to absorb the rain, so everything was just running off, contributing to the flash flooding conditions. By 12:40 a.m., nearly 2 inches of rain had fallen at O'Hare International Airport, nearly an inch of rain at Midway International Airport. All right. You saw a round of storms Thursday into Friday that brought high winds, heavy rain, a lot of lightning. So, yeah, it'll be sunrise, but that's where the crews are going to be later this morning. The Weather Channel will be out there live. You'll get the aerial view, just how much damage occurred. But it sounds like that was a pretty good-sized tornado. With that, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I'm not talking bad about anybody, but we've had enough of them tornadoes down south. I'm glad to see them move off to the north there.
Yeah.
Shoot, I don't wish anybody any bad luck, but they won't have a real newscast until they find them the biggest redneck they can find wearing a pair of overalls and telling them it sounded just like a freight train. But I knew that wasn't right, because railroad tracks 10 miles away. So, and that's right, don't you?
Every time, yes, you are correct.
Yeah, well, I want you to know I'm jealous. You got to go listen to that hillbilly music and drink that Skullbuster beer. Is Mama Sommers, she a beer drinker or a wine sipper?
No, Mama Sommers and my mother they drink the wine.
Yeah, I'm talking about your wife. I ain't talking about your mama. Your mama well, I don't know what else to call her. I think you call her Princess, but I'm not calling her Princess because I don't want to insult her. She might get mad at me, you know. So anyway, my favorite, two of my favorite bluegrass songs is Alan Jackson, Blacktop. I was glad they laid the blacktop down in '65. No more dust in my eye. And then the other one is the Dixie Chicks, White Trash Wedding. I shouldn't be wearing white, and you can't afford no ring. Kiss me quick, 'cause the baby's on the way. I know a few people I can play that for, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, let's get rid of the baloney here. I sent you a real good feel-good story about Joey Votto. I guess that's how you pronounce his last name.
Yeah.
He apologized to a cheerful young Red fan there. She was, that's her favorite player, and he got ejected in the first inning. See, her first baseball game, and he got ejected. Shame on him for not paying attention to what he was doing there, right? I was reading CBS there. They 7 new coaches that they're looking at for this year. That's Brandon Staley of the Chargers, Urban Meyer of the Jaguars. You know that name. Nick something another of the Eagles and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, they'll have as much luck as Steve Spurrier had with the Washington Redskins, or Andrew Luck with replacing Peyton Manning as the Indianapolis coach. But hopefully Urban will do pretty good there. He got Tebow in there, so we'll see how. I guess he got on the team. I don't know. I haven't checked it out there yet. Reason they're having them storms up there might be because the Chicago Bears are talking about leaving Chicago. I know Lori Lightfoot up there, she slammed them hard. She says, like most Bears fans, we want the organization to focus on putting a winning football team on the field, beating the Packers finally, and being relevant past October. Everything else is just noise. Well, hell, a lot of teams could take that advice, Steve. Then I read that the tight ends, they didn't even list the Gronk down there in Tampa Bay with Brady. So I don't know. That's like really silly. They would list a bunch of tight ends as being great and didn't even list Gronk in it there. And then y'all break out the presses. Here's a Mississippi man had to go to a Waffle House for punishment for losing his fantasy football games last year. He had to spend 24 hours in a Waffle House, but he could reduce his sentence by eating all the waffles he could eat. He wound up spending just about 15 hours in there, so he couldn't eat as many waffles as he thought he was going to. He said he didn't want to see a waffle for a while either. So, but anyway, I don't want Horse Feathers to be the only one calling in tonight. So I figured I'd better call you. It run that ad. It says, call Steve Summers at blah, blah, blah. And I don't remember the phone number, but anyway, I got it plugged into my phone, and I just had to tell Siri, call Steve, and he dialed you right up there.
There you go.
And how many times have I called in? Does it say it?
172.
Oh, I'm behind. I got to get caught up to Horse Feathers then.
He's got you by about 100, Knuckle Buster.
Yeah, well, he's got more to say than I do, I guess. I don't know. Well, that's all my old baloney for right now. I'll call you back in a little later on so I can get 173 in there. How about that?
We'll look forward to that. Thank you much. Wheelchair Dave, what happened? Did you lose your cell there, Dave, or did you just give up on me? I had you coming up next. I thought you wanted to talk about the SRX racing and some of the other action over the weekend. All right, since you hung up on me, Dave, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Santa Claus checking in this morning. He said, sitting at the Sacramento International Airport, headed to Fort Lauderdale and points south for a week of sun and surf. And they said, yeah, you ain't kidding about the weather. My flight to Fort Lauderdale is via Newark, New Jersey. So we're going to be flying through that mess over the Northeast. Maybe I'll be able to sleep through it. Yeah, you may have a little bumping and bouncing up there. Turbulence is the word, right? I got an email from Monty. Okay, that's interesting. In regards to the, Steve, it appears the House and the Senate will pass their respective bills in the near future. If that is indeed the case, then both sides will go to conference and see if they can hammer out a bill that would have the votes to become law. Now, the conference is between House and Senate members. This could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what ultimately comes out. The problem, though, with conference is if an agreement is reached, they will simply issue a statement stating that they've reached a deal. And when that deal is reached, there's no way to try to remove any bad provisions in the bill. It would be a done deal at that point. Anything can happen right now. So we're pretty much in the wait and see mode. Now, what he's talking about is the House version of the bill includes the minimum insurance increase to $2 million for trucks. What is it? The trailer side rail underride changes. The mandate for sleep apnea testing. And a handful of other things. I can't recall if is the speed limiter thing in there as well. You know, whereas the Senate version, most of that was not in there. So here, if it goes to conference, you say, will the Senate agree to add the nasty provisions from the House version, or will the House be willing to strip out those bad pieces of the bill that the Senate does not have in theirs? It could be a 50-50. It could go all one way. You just don't know at this point in time. So it's something we're going to have to watch closely. Thank you for the email there, Monty. Do appreciate you checking in this morning. Let me see. Frank, I forwarded your email to Kyle. I did send him your number last week. He said he was going to get on that. Frank said he didn't get his code for being a first-time caller. He said, I'll be placing my order tonight for Hot Shot Secret. I still receive 30% off. If I ever get that $60 code, I'll get some more. All right, so I forwarded your email to him. All right, Frank? They'll take care of you. And our number is 844-844-3388. 2 hours yet to fill. Long ways to go. Jump on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration says it's working on a new set of sanctions against Russia over the poisoning of Putin opposition figure Alexei Navalny, who's been imprisoned for the last several months. National Security Advisor Dan Sullivan says that the administration will issue those new sanctions when they're completed. He tells CNN that the new round will be on top of already imposed international sanctions.
We have sanctioned Russia for the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and we didn't just do it by ourselves. We rallied European allies in a joint effort to impose costs on Russia for the use of a chemical agent against one of their citizens on Russian soil. And we are preparing another package of sanctions to apply in this case as well. We've shown all along the way that we're not going to pull our punches, whether it's on SolarWinds or election interference or Navalny, when it comes to responding to Russia's harmful activities.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175, mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
A bipartisan group of senators are urging President Biden to support their nearly $1 trillion infrastructure bill announced last week. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham saying Sunday that a $1 trillion infrastructure deal was there for the taking for the White House. Senator Jerry Moran believes the bipartisan nature of the proposal is important. The Kansas Republican tells Fox News that he hopes this bipartisan effort can continue into other issues.
We certainly know that Senator Manchin has indicated he will not vote for a partisan infrastructure plan. It has to be bipartisan. And he's certainly been an integral part of this effort that I'm involved in trying to find that. I also would say that if we had success in demonstrating that we can do something bipartisan in infrastructure, maybe it will spread to a few other things. But important to me is that we could reduce the chances of major spending. I mean, I'd be delighted if we were spending the amount of money that this bipartisan group is agreeing on instead of something about 6 times that. Right. It's not affordable and it's way too expensive.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Twitter is the subject of a new lawsuit over the posting of election information on its service. Jeremy Scott reports.
A conservative influencer has filed a lawsuit against Twitter and the California Secretary of State, alleging they colluded to censor election-related content, violating the plaintiff's right to free speech, equal protection, and due process. The lawsuit states that employees with the California Office of Election Cybersecurity flagged tweets because they purportedly contained misinformation. Twitter subsequently removed many, including those written by plaintiff Rogan O'Handley, who was permanently suspended for a tweet about the January 6th siege of the U.S. Capitol. Twitter has permanently suspended a large number of accounts before and after the 2020 election, including that of then-President Donald Trump.
And Florida's governor has won a victory over the CDC. Mike Fortier explains.
A federal judge Friday ruling in favor of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. DeSantis suing to stop the CDC from requiring that cruise ships only take on passengers who can prove they have been fully vaccinated. The judge rules the CDC exceeded its authority. While it may be a legal victory for DeSantis, it may not be a victory for the cruise industry. Steve Geller is the mayor of Broward County, the home of Port Everglades.
I've spoken with leaders of the cruise industry. They have told me they don't think their passengers will go on cruise ships unless they know that the passengers have been vaccinated, passengers and crew.
So starting July 18th, the CDC's vaccine requirement for cruise ships becomes just a recommendation. The CDC has until July 2nd to appeal. From the USA Radio News Florida Bureau, I'm Mike Fortier.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, we'll jump back into it here. I mentioned earlier that today is the day at Fulton County. It's the day in court. Not sure which way it's going to go. But we're talking about the effort to inspect tens of thousands of absentee ballots in Fulton County that's been on hold after a county request to throw out the push. The legal action will get a hearing in Superior Court today. A previous lawsuit filed by election skeptics looking to inspect more than 145,000 absentee ballots. The claim some could be counterfeit. The claim actually was some hundreds, possibly thousands could be. County officials repeatedly say there's no evidence of fraud. 2 recounts bore that out. That was before the information and the sheer number of people that had come forward. Sworn affidavits as to what they witnessed. And one of the most concerning was the woman who said that she was going through stacks of ballots where one after another, hundreds of ballots consecutively, where the little circle was filled in just perfect. But every one of them had that same little half moon, little unfilled in spot, which she said the only way you can get that many ballots like that would be running them off on a Xerox machine. And the judge seems to be at least intrigued enough to say, maybe we should take a little closer look at this. I mean, you do want people to be confident about the integrity of your elections. And right now, there are millions upon millions of people that do not have any sort of confidence in election integrity around the country. I want to get back to our NFL player, Bills wide receiver. You're talking about the NFL and the Players Association, the new rules. You're treated vastly different if you don't have the vaccine. He said, I just spoke to a doctor. Did you realize you can still pass COVID to the next individual if you've been vaccinated? You haven't done any research if it's based on what you just read or people told you, whether they're a scientist or not. Actually, a doctor's been wrong about my injuries before. He quickly followed with another tweet. Everybody's all in on science now more than I've ever seen. Whatever happened to God's will? There was a Twitter follower that told Beasley he understood the hesitation of the vaccine truly, but the idea that it's pointless is ridiculous. To which Beasley fired back, I did not say it was pointless. If you want to get it, do it. I'm not encouraging you to not get the shot. Just let me live my life regardless if I get it or not. I don't want to die in a car wreck during the season without getting to actually live my normal life. He then posted a public service announcement that included an image of a statement that began, look, I'm going to live my one life like I want to regardless. The statement later included the line, I may die of COVID, but I'd rather die actually living. I'd rather take my chances with COVID, build up my immunity that way. Eat better, drink water, exercise, do what I think's necessary to be a healthy individual. Now, back in May, he mocked Dr. Fauci for saying it's okay for vaccinated people to go outside without a mask on. Right? Well, last week he shared a tweet by the NFL Network reporter who said a source had given him the COVID protocols for the 2021 season. According to the memo sent to clubs, vaccinated players are not required to undergo daily testing or wear masks at team facilities, or during team travel, or maintain social distancing with other vaccinated people at the facilities. And they're allowed to interact with family and friends during team travel. If you're not vaccinated, shame, shame, shame on you. You will be required to test every day, wear masks, remain physically distant from others. They cannot leave the team hotel to eat in restaurants or interact with anyone outside the team's traveling party. See, if you're vaccinated, you're free to go as you please. Leave the hotel, go out to eat. This is crazy, he says. Did we vote on this? I stay in the hotel. We still have meetings. We're all going to be together. Vaccinated players can go out of the hotel and bring COVID back to where I am. So what does it matter if I stay in the hotel now? 100% immune with vaccination? No, you're not. The Players Association is a joke. Call it something different. It's not for the players. Everyone gives me the 98% of people who are vaccinated don't get COVID again. The odds of me getting in the NFL and playing for 10 years are lower than that. And here I am. Okay. So what are we really talking about? I understand completely why the NFL's doing this. It gives them back the freedom to make the most money as possible if everyone's vaccinated. But will anyone fight for the players? Nah. That's all. I don't know who I need to talk to, but somebody has to get it right. That's why I'm on here. Hopefully the right people will see this and at least think about how all of this NFL Players Association stuff works. It needs to be changed. Friday morning, he said on Twitter that he and the NFL Players Association did speak, and they're working through it. From what I've been told, these are guidelines for preseason. It's not like the final rule yet. The Washington Post reported last week that more than half of the NFL's players have been vaccinated. But in other words, there's probably obviously 40 to 50% that aren't vaccinated yet. That's another prime example. You're not vaccinated, you stay in the hotel. You wear a mask, you stay away from everybody. See, but he is 100% correct, though. If you're vaccinated, that doesn't mean you cannot get it again. It just means you probably won't know if you do have it, because you're not going to have the symptoms. And that even makes it more likely that you're going to potentially be associating closely with others and passing it on, if you think about it. All right, wide open lines here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Next on the list, well, we've talked about for years how many of the big trucking operations out there, what's the term? They call you meat in a seat. If you got a heartbeat and you're breathing, they'll put you behind the wheel. Just move that freight, right? But otherwise, you're totally expendable. If you don't like the job, we'll just find some other meat in the seat and throw them behind the wheel. It's called the expandable workforce. Or should I say expendable? You're expendable. And apparently that's pretty much the same mantra, the same mentality for Amazon workers. New York Times earlier this month published their investigation into Amazon's employee management practices. And that phrase actually popped up, expendable workforce. They had details about their exceptionally high turnover rate. 150% a year. Does that sound familiar? Sounds kind of reminiscent to what we deal with in the trucking industry with some of the big LTL carriers. Amazon adopted a short-term employment model where employees had little opportunity for advancement. According to the coverage, Amazon uses technology to hire, monitor, and manage workers, and the algorithms oftentimes do not factor in human health, like people getting sick with COVID. Matter of fact, Amazon encourages employee turnover by turning off automatic raises after 3 years on the job and limiting upward mobility for hourly workers. That same expendable workforce management mentality has plagued the trucking industry for decades. The difference is that the trucking industry is larger and has more slowly evolved to this line of thinking. Comparatively, Amazon seems to have sprung quickly from nearly nowhere. Add to that a more concentrated focus on expendable workforce by management. Amazon's always hiring, trying to fill challenging schedules, but not wanting to take into account workers need more than $18 and some change an hour. Of course, the same can be said of certain trucking mega fleets, all crying about a driver shortage. Government statistics tell a different story, mind you. The age-old debate, shortage, you say, the constant churn and complaints of chronic employee shortage sounds very familiar to anyone tuned into the trucking industry. None of us can count the thousands of times we've heard it. There's this driver shortage. The talking points that only rarely question if there really is one. To which the Bureau of Labor Statistics published a study in 2019 showing higher pay and better working conditions would alleviate any perceived driver shortage. Simple as that. This shortage, the whole ballyhoo is ginned up whenever proponents promote allowing truck drivers younger than 21 to cross state lines. The point seems clear. The mega fleets want to add younger drivers to the pool of employees for their expendable workforce. Amazon's accomplished a lot in just under 20 years with that sort of a mindset that workers are expendable. The trucking industry's been at it for double or triple that amount of time. Kind of go back and try to explain the history. The Motor Carrier Act back in 1980, the deregulation of the industry. Congress got rid of most operating authority restrictions, which were tied up with unions and protected the rates. Deregulation let the manufacturers reduce their inventory and move products more efficiently. What has happened for truck drivers since then, though, the pay is lower, measured in constant dollars. There's more restrictions and regulations. Detention time has grown into a real issue. Often shippers and receivers neglect. They don't even care about your basic human condition, like having a clean restroom for a driver to use, If anything in trucking echoes Amazon's strict monitoring of workers, it's the hours of service. Coupled with the electronic logging device, now you throw in driver-facing cameras, take it to another level. One that causes many of us to wonder, as a driver, do you have any right to privacy? If there is a shortage of drivers at some trucking businesses, why isn't treating the drivers better on the table for discussion? Lastly, they offered up a few suggestions. First of all, repeal the overtime exemption for truck drivers in the Fair Labor Standards Act. Address problems with shippers and receivers detaining drivers without pay or without providing necessary parking facilities. Allow personal conveyance for drivers to find a safe place to park after a shipper or receiver has held them up, or if the shipper or receiver won't do it. Keep the lid on the minimum liability insurance requirements so premiums don't drive small business truckers into insolvency. And understand the danger of split speed limits that obstruct traffic with vehicles at differing speeds, and the danger of other safety regulations like the perennially proposed side underguard mandate, which may very well end up in the latest infrastructure bill, or transportation bill, should I say, the transportation bill. Hey, looking at 22 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger intends to remove more than 101,000 obsolete and outdated voter files from the state's voter registration rolls, according to the announcement. Making sure our voter rolls are up to date is one of the keys to ensuring the integrity of our elections. This is why I fought and beat Stacey Abrams in court in 2019 to remove nearly 300,000 obsolete voter files before the November election. We'll do it again this year. Bottom line, there's no legitimate reason to keep ineligible voters on the rolls. The more than 100,000 voter files set to be removed include more than 67,000 voters linked to a national change of address form submitted to the Postal Service. More than 34,000 files that had election mail returned to sender, and nearly 300 that had no contact with election official for 2 general elections. So they've done nothing in like 8 years. This will be the first major cleaning of the voter rolls since 2019. They also removed more than 18,000 voter files of dead people, according to the Office of Vital Records and the 30-state Electronic Registration Information Center. Now, these people don't live in Georgia anymore. Then you have 18,000 who passed away. So they're not going to be voting anymore. You got to have accurate voter rolls, and it helps your county election directors. All right, it's simple as that. Why would anyone be against, what's the purpose of having dead people on the voter rolls anyway? So somebody can vote for them. Hey, good morning, Wheelchair Dave. Thanks for dialing me back up.
Hey, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Little on the slow side, but here we are. How was your Father's Day weekend? Anything special?
No, I didn't do anything special. My daughter did. She went up to my other lake house up in Ohio up there. Called me from up there, but I didn't get a chance to get up there and spend any time with them. But Knucklebuster here is telling some Waffle House stories, and you're talking about Atlanta and stuff, so can I throw one at you?
Lay it on us, absolutely.
Do you remember when Kid Rock, that singer Kid Rock, was sentenced to work at a Waffle House down here in Atlanta for throwing an individual through the window at a Waffle House? Do you remember?
I don't remember that story, no.
Yeah, he got sentenced. Apparently the individual was talking about his ex-wife, Pamela Anderson, and disturbed old Robert, Kid Rock.
Yeah.
And he threw a patron through through the window at a Waffle House.
Wow.
Part of the punishment was the judge sentenced him to do community service at a Waffle House.
So he had to learn how to make scattered, smothered, and covered or something? They have him working the grill or what?
Yeah. But it didn't turn out that way because, everybody heard Kid Rock, had to work at this Waffle House. So everybody flooded, over there to see the rock star.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so they probably did some.
Hey, I heard you speaking about.
They probably did gangbuster business while he was working there, right? Place was probably packed out.
Yeah. I caught just a little bit of you talking tonight about the SRX series or whatever. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Did you watch it or tape it?
No, I even after you reminded me, Dave, I forgot about it. I forgot to set my DVR and I missed it. I don't know. You should be able to pull it up from like YouTube or something, I would figure.
Well, I did. I heard that Tony Stewart won it, out there at the Knoxville track, and that's a heck of a track, man, to say the least. I've been out there one time. That track, it's right down the street from that Iowa track, where the NASCAR goes out every year to Iowa Speedway.
Mm-hmm.
Probably about 40 miles from the Iowa Speedway is that Knoxville sprint car track and museum and all that stuff. And that's big time, buddy. I tell you what, that's there's 10,000 people out there watching sprint car races.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow,
I'm not real familiar with the Knoxville track. I'm not real familiar. The Knoxville track. I mean, I know that's a dirt track. Is it like a 3/8 or half mile? Are you familiar?
I think it's a half mile. I think it's a half mile dirt track, and it's a real famous dirt track as far as sprint cars go. Everybody. Heck, every year they have the big nationals and all that stuff out there every year. So I'm surprised you've never watched any racing and stuff from that, because heck, that thing's been out there for 40, 50 years.
Maybe they're not on Flow Racing. Flow Racing has a certain number of tracks, that they have like weekly racing from, but they'll
cover that.
There's several different
Flow Racing
dirt
will
channels.
cover that.
Do they? Okay.
Oh yeah, but I don't know what time of the year it is. It's always like I can't remember what month. Maybe one of your callers can call in. Plowboy would know Plowboy would know for sure. But Flow Racing will definitely cover that when they do have that sprint car stuff. It's Tony Stewart used to race out there all the time, and that Casey Kane and Jeff Gordon and Kaisers and all those big name. What was that one guy in Ohio, a Wild Child up there? Heck, even Dave Blaney and Ryan Blaney, those two brothers used to race out there in sprint cars. I can't remember all this stuff. I used to race go-karts with a lot of these guys, and that Dave Blaney, I used to race go-karts with him. His son is that Ryan Blaney that's in the circuit right now doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I just wanted to give you a call up and say hello to you and all that stuff. And I got to tell you, somebody's been on my mind here lately. Old Bradley's been on my mind a lot, and I don't know if you ever think of him too much, but
yeah, he crosses my mind. He does, yes.
Yeah, I tell you what, he helped me out a lot. I went through a lot of sickness and all that stuff, as well as him, and him and I became pretty close friends over the telephone via talking about some of our illnesses and things, and sure do miss him.
Yeah, I mean his deal was he always dealt with, he had blood clot issues. I was thinking not long ago, had he not died of the blood clot, I mean if he had come down with COVID, Here's a good. He was one of those top contenders that would have probably passed from COVID.
Wow. Well, you have a great night, and I'll talk to you later. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for checking in. You got it. Hey, we're up to news break here, bottom of the hour, and we'll come back with more. Plenty of room for you on a quiet Monday. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Negotiations continue between lawmakers over a nearly $1 trillion proposed infrastructure package from a bipartisan group of senators. One member of that group, Senator Rob Portman, believes there's a desire for a bipartisan deal on infrastructure spending. The Ohio Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press that he's already spoken with many colleagues who are ready to support it.
I think we're absolutely committed to it, and I think there's a number of others as well on both sides of the aisle. Last week, I heard from a lot of my colleagues saying, I just need to look at one other issue. Can you do this? Can you do that? But there's a lot of interest in having a bipartisan proposal.
And the Department of Homeland Security has announced that travel restrictions on the Canadian and Mexican borders will continue into July. The bans on non-essential travel between the countries will last until July 21st. The department says the extension will continue to try to reduce the spread of the virus while allowing essential trade and travel to continue. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, we're back on a Monday. Hope you had a good Father's Day weekend. And yes, you could say it's summertime. Yes, summertime officially arrived this past evening. First full day of summer today, Monday, 21st day of June. Now we're seeing it all over the country, primarily in our Democrat blue states. Defund the police, right? Remember Sheriff David Clark? That used to be sheriff there in Milwaukee. I always did like that guy. Chaos is reigning supreme, he says. Violence in the nation's cities. And it's going to continue and climb even higher this summer because of the actions of politicians that are undermining law enforcement. I'm talking to the political class, he says. They're the ones that screwed this up. The residents, the taxpayers, the business owners, they understand just how important the police are. Politicians, though, got into bed with the cop haters and try to appease them instead of allowing law enforcement to keep control, which has led to an increase in crime and violence throughout the country. This is going to be an unbelievable summer, and I don't mean that in a very good way. His comments after all 50 rapid response unit officers in Portland resigned in protest of a fellow officer being indicted for the alleged use of unlawful force during a protest in that city. He said the situation in Milwaukee is much the same as in other cities. Shootings and homicides are off the charts. There's a cause and effect here, and everybody knows it. This is not some sort of a sterling revelation when they started talking about taking resources away. What it signals is how serious these political figures are about not improving the quality of life in the city. Then you've got the ripple effect, the increased crimes because businesses are having trouble operating at a profit. Home values start to decline. Property taxes then decline. It's going to take a long time, even though they're putting more money in, Clark said. This stuff doesn't change overnight. Meanwhile, police departments are being worn thin because of the increase in retirements and resignations. He said he's glad to hear about the Portland Rapid Response Squad pulling out of their jobs. I've long called for job actions, lawful job actions by law enforcement to stem the tide of this constant berating and bashing of police. It's just not worth it anymore. So I have a list of demands, but this has to be led by unions because they're not getting any support whatsoever. It's a disgrace. Not getting any support from their law enforcement executives. The crime rates, just look at the numbers, they are more than disturbing. It's aggravating because we're talking about law-abiding citizens that are caught in the crossfire. We're talking children in the city of Chicago. Murders of children, meaning under the age of 16, up 300% so far in 2021. Yeah, Lori Lightfoot says it's out of control. Yeah. All right, hey, let's get back to your calls here. Hey, it looks like number 173.
Amen on that one, brother. I tell you what, we'll just keep it up every day of the week. How about that?
Okay.
I'll get caught up to horse feathers here for it won't take too long. This is Sergeant Joe Friday. The story you're about to hear is true, but the names have been changed to protect the innocent. And that's an old show. I bet a lot of people don't even remember that one there.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't slamming Waffle House. I was slamming that guy for having to sit in there for 24 hours over a fantasy football thing. But anyway, the town I live in, there's a Waffle House and International House of Perverts. I went in there with Mama Knucklebuster one time, and they got a guy in there that dresses like a woman and trying to pass himself off as a woman. And they set me down in his section, and I just told him flat out, you ain't waiting on me. And so they sent this little bimbo, blonde-headed girl over there. She's probably about 17, 18 years old if she was that old. Says, what's the matter? You don't like Billy Bob because he's gay? I said, well, let me tell you something. I don't know what Billy Bob is, but you ain't waiting on me either. Matter of fact, just send your manager over here. Time the manager got over, I said, I'll tell you what, we'll just solve this real quick. Like, I'll just get up from here and I'll go over to Waffle House and get me some real food over there. So, Waffle House is a great place to go when you've been bootscaping all night there. Get in there about 3 o'clock in the morning there, right?
Yep.
I like my hash browns plain with ketchup.
Bingo.
So
That's me.
I don't want that scattered, covered, smothered garbage there. I don't know. Kind of like that bologna there. You got to eat beef bologna, not chicken and pork. So anyway, there's been a lot of good, interesting stories going on this week. Steve, there's a Florida man. He pulled a gun on a Starbucks employee over a botched order. But not just any employee. That was the police chief's daughter.
Uh-oh.
So, that didn't fare too well for him, They just locked him up in the slammer there for doing all that. And there was a Trump supporter up there in New York. He's suing the town for $25 million because he's still flying the Trump flags and all that. And he gets out there with his legal pistol and all that mess. So, I don't know. He may not win $25 million, but anyway, giving them hail up there anyway there. Well, I guess that's going to be all of my baloney for this go around. I'll call you on the next one there, and we'll talk about some automobiles. How about that?
All right. Sounds like a plan. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. He shared that story in regards to Joey Votto. Joey Votto sends a written apology on a signed baseball to a tearful young fan to make up for getting tossed out of the game in the first inning of Saturday's game in San Diego. Shortly after he was ejected from the game for arguing a third strike call on a check swing, Reds fan Kristen Courtney tagged the Reds in a tweet showing her tearful daughter, little Abigail, wearing her Joey Votto t-shirt with the caption, "When it's your first Major League Baseball game and your favorite player of all time gets thrown out of the game in the first inning." Yeah, the little girl. She's all despondent. She's in tears. Courtney told MajorLeagueBaseball.com she grew up in Ohio, but she now lives in Los Angeles. She soon after offered a happy update on what she called the sad Abigail situation. It took a couple of innings, but she eventually cheered up with some popcorn, and Joey Votto is so kind, he signed this amazing ball for her. Courtney tweeted, "Thank you so much, Mr. Votto and the wonderful Reds." The autographed ball by Joey reads, "I'm sorry I didn't play the entire game." I guess he initially argued the appealed check swing with the third base umpire and then got booted after continuing the argument with the home plate umpire. Manager David Bell was also thrown out of the game during the disagreement. It looked like something happened where the home plate umpire may have said something to Joey. Joey turned around and just went out of to try to, keep Joey in the game. According to Bell, after the game, that's my goal. But I didn't get the job done there. Now they got the picture of "I'm sorry I didn't play the entire game," and it's signed Joey Votto. There you go. And with that, what are we looking at? About 12 before the hour. Head on down to somewhere in the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip.
Yeah, good morning, bud, from Walt Disney World. How you doing?
Doing all right. How was your weekend, Father's Day weekend?
Oh, weekend was great. Father's Day was great. And had a good day with my kids yesterday. I mean, I worked, but I got home and I had a good meal with my kids and got to spend some time with them. Hey, Steve, we're going to be adding something more to our segregation list, it sounds like there, by what you were talking about earlier about vaccination. So now we got sexual orientation segregation. We've got racial segregation. And now the new one is medical segregation. What do you think about that, bud?
Vaccination segregation. That comes off pretty good.
Yeah, it's amazing, and then you hear the deal about the cruise industry losing their little lawsuit with the governor down here. Did you hear that one on your news profile?
I did. Yes, certainly did.
Yeah. If any of the listeners out there have a Roku and you are wanting to keep interest in the state of Florida, I found out something the other day that if you've got a Roku stick, or matter of fact, you might be able to get it on a regular app. I'm not sure if they have a regular app. I know they have a television app for it, for the Rokus. They have a channel called the Florida Channel. I was talking to Big Moose about this yesterday, and this channel is it's run by the state of Florida, and it's all about the legislature and what they're doing in Tallahassee. And if you want to see any updates on any bills or anything dealing with the state of Florida, they actually show the governor and all when everything's passed, the whole shot. They have a recap for the week. it's an interesting channel if you're interested in the state of Florida with the government in the state of Florida. So it's called the Florida Channel. I never seen Nikki Fried before. I've heard of her and that kind of stuff, our agricultural commissioner. But oh my God, Steve, she's pretty out there. Do you know who she is?
Who is it again?
Nikki Fried.
Nikki Fried.
She's the agricultural.
Not familiar.
She's the agricultural. She is like the next up and coming. She's the only Democrat that's on the deal with the state of Florida. Everybody else is Republican, and boy, she's out to it. If it's pro-Democrat, she's going to change it, make it Democrat. She's going to make it that way. She's the only one on the whole deal. I was watching that channel the other day, and the governor sits in the middle, and Ashley Moody, who is the Attorney General of the state of Florida, is on one side, and Nikki Fried's on the other side of him, and it's just like him and Nikki Fried are just going back and forth on a lot of their stuff. She's one to watch. She's out there. She's actually running for governor the next time around. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, and the situation with Rubio and Val Demings. And I mean, it's just a lot of stuff happening down here in Florida, a lot more than, you were talking about the tornadoes in Chicago. Where was most of the damage at up there, Steve? Do you know?
So area called Woodridge, I believe it was.
Okay, Woodridge. All right, that's up toward the northern side. Up there in Chicago, like you said, Illinois has got real ground. That's the reason why it's so much farm country up in Illinois and Indiana. Is it's got real good dirt, and that dirt gets like concrete when there's no rain, and everything floods up there. In Chicago itself, you got all those stupid viaducts that fill up with water, and people float their cars across them. And, there's just a lot of the infrastructure up there is just so built up the way it is. The city is built up there. I lived up there for 12 years, and it's just crazy. They've pretty much, when a sprawling metropolis gets like that, and you have so much concrete and so much other stuff hanging around, there's nothing for the water to drain off. And that's what happens with the flooding and whatnot up there. So it's a bad situation up there in Chicago. And with tornadoes, when we had tornadoes, see, down here in Florida, when the sky turns dark, you don't worry about it. But when you live in Illinois and Indiana and the sky turns dark, you better run, hide somewhere, because the tornadoes might be around. So, I mean, that's a well-known thing up there. And it can be really brutal with that up there, especially out in the open areas. So, but how many calls have I called in there, Steve?
You are at 148.
Oh, man, I got to work on it. I wish I had more time, but I don't. So, with that being said, Steve, you have a good day, bud, and I hope you had a good Father's Day. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Did indeed. Thank you very much. All right, appreciate the call there, Philip. About 5 before the hour. Yeah, it was about 11, like 10 after 11 Chicago time, Central time, 10 past midnight. We just came on, and we were talking about the active tornado warning, after which there were probably a dozen more with that particular cluster of storms as it moved on up into northwest Indiana and southwestern portions of Michigan. Latest from the Chicago Sun-Times. Napierville, Woodridge, and Darien, I guess the hardest hit areas. We have no power, sitting in the dark, waiting to hear back about what's going on and gathering reports. According to the Woodridge mayor, tornado was confirmed about 11:11 p.m. In Woodridge, according to the National Weather Service there. Tornado may have started in southern Napierville, according to the reports, headed east, smashing cars, ripping the roofs on homes, shearing off garage doors, uprooting large trees, debris in the streets. All right, the Napierville communications director said our first priority was making sure families were okay, but Now we're moving on to handling the damage. We have power outage in the area. We have electrical teams checking on that. We also had some gas leaks. Nicor Gas is going door to door to shut off all the gas lines. At least a dozen homes damaged, 4 transported with non-critical injuries to Edward Hospital. There's also 6 to 10 others transported with minor injuries. And that was the update from the Chicago Sun-Times here a couple hours ago. Everything's now pushed off well off to the south and the east. I'm looking at a line of storms pushing through, say, from Fort Wayne, Indiana. The line extending all the way down into west central Indiana now. Kind of making a beeline toward Indianapolis. You know, I step outside the Hotshot secret bunker during our news breaks. You can tell that it's getting kind of gusty, breezy out there. You can almost feel like the calm before the storm will be coming in. Aside from that line of thunderstorms, heavy rain up through much of eastern portions of lower Michigan. Let's see, some heavy rains now crossing over, reaching into western portions of New York. Let me zoom in a little bit to New York. What do we see here? I have some showers that are going to be pushing into Syracuse here in the next little bit. You've seen rains pushing through Rochester. You got a little break right now, but then more rain. Another line is on the way. Behind that, yet another line back towards Erie, PA, on up into London, Ontario. Toronto's in the rain tonight. All right, a couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour news break here. I get the very latest. Is this Daryl or Gerald? Who we got?
Daryl. Good morning, Steve.
Morning, Daryl.
Hey, I want to touch a little bit on that COVID. You know, the wife and I had that, and we just went back to the doctor last week, and she had to go back for her checkup with it, and we took our blood and everything. It says that we got the antibodies, and he told us to stay away from that shot. He says, do not take it. He said, we're better off that we had it. We're better off than the people that actually took the shot. You know, our immune system is up there, and he absolutely told us to stay away from it.
Yeah. I think the official research came out and said people who have had COVID and go on to get the shot don't have any more immunity than if you did not take the shot. You've got just as much immunity now as you'd get from the shot, probably even better, because it's your natural immunity.
That's what he said. Yep. And he said if we were to develop it again, which we could, he said it's not going to be as bad as our first time around with it.
Sure.
You know.
I know your wife got pretty sick. Your wife was pretty sick, right?
She was in the hospital. Yeah, she was in for a week. Yeah, she had to go on oxygen. No ventilator, but oxygen. And we're just now getting our taste and our smell back, so it's coming back to us now, you know. But you know, my nephew took the first shot, and he caught it the same time I did. Okay, he got over it. Started, you know, we come out of it. Of course, he was in the hospital for a week. He come out of it, went to his doctor. His doctor said, "Yeah, get the shot. Go ahead, get it." He took the shot, and guess what? He's sick again. He's got problems. His feet are turning red, completely red. He can't hardly stand. His cough has returned, something fierce. I seen him yesterday, and yeah, he's struggling. He's having some big time problems.
Wow.
Yep. But anyway, I'm and at work here, you know, they're kind of pushing me a little bit to take the shot. I'm not going to take it. I got to wear a mask in the plant. And they got people that's been vaccinated, and they're wearing a pin. I'm vaccinated, you know, but I'm just not going to get it. If they're not forcing me, but if they do, I'll just retire out. I'm good till next May anyway, and I'm going to be gone. But yeah, I'm not going to do it.
Well, again, you've already had the COVID, so I mean, essentially, you can wear a pin that says "I've had it." You know.
Right. The first time I was standing in a line yesterday buying some fuel, and I had a lady hit me on it. She says, "Well, how come you're not wearing a mask?" And I said, "Well, I've had the COVID," and I said, "I got the antibodies," and I left it at that. But that was the first person ever asked me about it, because I don't wear my mask anywhere. Only in work I got to wear it. I'll wear it here, and I don't wear it no place else.
All right.
Anyway, hey, you got your pool going good?
Yep, everything up and running. Yep, looking good.
Is it? Yeah, I had my liner dropped in last week, but on my shallow end, the guy kind of got a little wrinkle in it. I'm not too happy about that, but I guess you just got to live with it. So,
yeah.
It is what it is.
That's exactly right. Yeah, ours is not perfect either. There's a couple wrinkles, but like I say, it is what it is. Just live with it.
Yep. Say, I got one last question for you. Is Chris going to be on next week, or when's he going to be back on?
Technically the first Friday in July is going to be, that's like going into 4th of July weekend. I haven't thought that far ahead at this point, but I wouldn't be surprised if he bumps to the following weekend, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Hot Shots Holiday is actually on the Friday or the Monday, because the 4th is on a Sunday. I assume most people will be off Monday, but
correct. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe you can answer the question quick for me. That shift restorer that you bought, you put it in your caddy that time?
Yes.
Can I buy that over the counter, like a Tractor Supply or Menards or somewhere like that, or do I got to order that through Hot Shot Secret?
I don't know that you're going to find that in the retailers, to be honest with you. The shift restore, probably best bet just to go to hotshotsecret.com. Use the code Overnight Drive, get your 10% off, then get another 10% off for being a CDL holder.
Okay. All right.
And they're really good.
That sounds
they're
good.
really good about getting your shipments out. You'll order today, and 2-3 days later, you got it at the front door. They're quick.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. Well, hey, I'm going to let you go then, and I appreciate you taking my call, and you be safe.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Glad you're feeling better. It is 844-844-3388. Final hour ahead, and plenty of room for you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Negotiations continue between lawmakers over a nearly $1 trillion proposed infrastructure package from a bipartisan group of senators. One member of that group, Senator Rob Portman, believes there's a desire for a bipartisan deal on infrastructure spending. The Ohio Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press that he's already spoken with many colleagues who were ready to support it.
I think we're absolutely committed to it, and I think there's a number of others as well on both sides of the aisle. Last week, I heard from a lot of my colleagues saying, I just need to look at one other issue. Can you do this? Can you do that? But there's a lot of interest in having a bipartisan proposal.
And the Department of Homeland Security has announced that travel restrictions on the Canadian and Mexican borders will continue into July. The bans on non-essential travel between the countries will last until July 21st. The department says the extension will continue to try to reduce the spread of the virus while allowing essential trade and travel to continue. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy. But Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with your subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
More than 50 House Republicans have sent a letter to the White House asking President Biden to remove Vice President Kamala Harris from her role in leading the effort to solve the border crisis. In the letter, the group cites the high number of border apprehensions and the fact that she has not yet visited the border or met with Border Patrol or ICE agents. Meanwhile, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has renewed his calls for Harris to visit the border. The California Republican tells Fox News that she would learn so much in a visit.
And the one thing you have to understand, when there's a crisis at a border, when there's unaccompanied children coming in, you know who's caring for them? The border agents. So what's happening, they're being taken off the border, so the border's even more wide open. We're finding people rushing it like we've never seen before, but we're finding people that are on that terrorist watch list that are coming from other countries, from more than 140 other countries. Why would they come to the southern border? Because they know it's open and they know they can enter America that way. But she should go there, and she should learn firsthand what the problem is to find the solutions for it.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Following recent mass shootings, Colorado is cracking down on guns. Jeremy Scott reports.
3 gun control bills were signed into law by Colorado Governor Jared Polis over the weekend, including one that allows cities and municipalities in the state to set their own gun regulations, as long as they are no more lenient than Colorado state law. A second bill requires the state to carry out public awareness campaigns to, quote, educate the general public about firearms. And the governor also signed a third measure that prohibits gun dealers from transferring firearms to another individual who has not undergone a successful background check or has been convicted of several specified misdemeanor offenses.
Healthier communities depend on the safe use of firearms and reducing the threat and impact of gun violence on all of us.
The flurry of legislative action in Colorado comes after 10 people were shot and killed at a supermarket in Boulder in March, and a week later another mass shooting left 6 people dead in Colorado Springs. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And Jon Rahm clinched his first major title on Sunday, winning the U.S. Open, finishing the tournament at 6 under par. Rahm birdied the last 2 holes of the final round to hold off Louis Oosthuizen, who finished second at 5 under. Rahm also becomes the first Spaniard to claim victory at the U.S. Open. Defending champion Bryson DeChambeau was in contention for much of the weekend, but his hopes of repeating were dashed by a final round 6 over par 77. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Once again, final hour on a Monday. How was your weekend? Glad to hear it. And I'm not real familiar. This is out of Illinois. I guess it's Byron, Illinois. The time is ticking. Last week, June the 16th, Exelon announced closing dates for both of its reactors in Byron. One, they say, will close September the 14th. The second reactor closes 2 days later. Now, they say the closing dates doesn't mean the plant's fate is sealed, according to the state representative, Tom Demmer. It just kind of gives a clear timeline that lawmakers are going to have to save the plant and pass a clean energy bill. We really need to be looking at the horizons of weeks, not months or 90 days. I think there's a huge sense of urgency to close the loops on the remaining outstanding items we have. One of the things to hammer out in Springfield, nuclear energy is not one of them, according to Demmer. He said the decision to keep using nuclear power in the state is a done deal. However, the sticking point is a major dispute over coal and natural gas. Those questions relate largely to the treatment of coal and natural gas-fired electric generation, especially with a few plants in southern Illinois. One of those plants supplies electricity to Rochelle. An immediate shutdown would cost the city millions of dollars, which is just one instance of how the debate over if and when these plants should be closed in a new clean energy deal. Conversations about the sticking points are going on every day. Lawmakers could get called back to Springfield any day. So we're essentially, this sounds like we're taking more power generation offline with, quote, clean energy bills mandating the closure of, obviously, coal-fired plants and even natural gas, which that's about the cleanest burning fuel that I'm aware of as far as fossil fuel is concerned. All right, we'll get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. And good morning to Fly Rod. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Greetings and salutations.
I trust you had a good Father's Day weekend. Mine was good. I trust you had a good one with the family as well.
I did. Me and Tammy went down to Hills and Dales estate down below LaGrange, Georgia. That's a beautiful place. I posted some pictures of it online. We really enjoyed ourselves. And then we were going to go down to a place called Callaway Gardens, and bitterly disappointed about that one. I come to find out that is nothing more than a resort. It used to be a huge botanical garden back in the day, but they've changed it now to a private resort. So nothing going on there that we were interested in. So what did you get into over the weekend? Did you go to the winery?
Indeed, we did. It turned out to be a beautiful day. We had a lot of heavy rain overnight, Friday night, Saturday morning. Rain finally stopped about 10 a.m. They got things started at noon. The sun came out. Beautiful day.
Oh, wow. That's great. Well, that winery, I was telling Jolly Green Giant about it, and I could not remember the name of it. Whereabouts exactly is that at?
The winery's in Colerain Township. That's the township I live in.
Right.
It's very, very close to I-275, the loop. You'd get off at like Colerain Avenue. And then, I don't know the name of the road it's on. What the heck?
But what is the name of the winery again?
Vinoclet. Vinoklet. Vinoclet.
Vinoclet. I remember you had him on the show. That's been over a year ago when you had him on it.
Probably been a year and a half, 2 years.
I really enjoyed that interview with him.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that interview. He was a really interesting man to tell his story and how he got started into that. Yeah, you ought to have him back on again sometime, Steve.
We're gonna, I think he's 86 years old now, and he's not up late at night much anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he probably doesn't do Probably doesn't. I wonder if he has a lot to do with the winery anyway. Now.
Oh, he does. Oh, yes, he does. He's up and at him. I mean, the sun comes up. He's out there in those fields.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that sounds like a really good place for the winning team to take a little break from all the live action we're going to have on July 4th after we beat the pea waddling out of the Powder Puff girls. So maybe we should have the melon roast over there.
that
might be fun.
That'd be fun. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, I just want to call in and say good morning to you. I know the callers is always short and sweet on Sundays or Monday morning.
Absolutely,
so
yes.
Chime in. Yeah, well, have a great day, Steve, and thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thank you for dialing us up. You got it. Let me share this one with you. Let's see. First, they've got a video, and there's an interview with Dr. Robert Malone, who's one of the inventors of the mRNA and DNA vaccine core platform, the technology. And Steve Kirsch is an entrepreneur who's been researching the adverse reactions to COVID-19 gene therapies. Now, he describes it as an epic 3-hour interview, but if you ever valued what I've been teaching you at a bare minimum, should carefully read this article. Malone is the scientist that actually invented the technology that makes the COVID jab possible, and he pretty much spills the beans on just how this introduction has been ethically compromised to make informed consent absolutely impossible for the average person. Again, I say watch the interview if the schedule allows, but carefully read the article for sure. Kirsch recently published the article, Should You Get Vaccinated?, in which he reviews how and why he's changed his mind about the COVID vaccines. Now, this after he got both doses of the Moderna shot as well as his 3 daughters. You must read Kirsch's article, as it's clearly one of the best pieces on the topic, and it gives you the other side of the story that's never given in the mainstream media. Remember, without full disclosure of the risk, it's impossible to have informed consent. If you read the article, you'll get it. The other side that the conventional media refuses to share. I'm not going to have time to share the entire thing. I will link this to my Facebook page, but he says, quote, I've recently learned these vaccines have killed over 25,800 Americans, which I confirmed 3 different ways. It's disabled at least 1 million more. And we're only halfway to the finish line. We need to pause now before more people are killed. Based on what I know about the minuscule vaccine benefits, approximately a 0.3% reduction in absolute risk, side effects, including death, COVID-19 rates, and the success rate of early treatment protocols, the answer I would give today to anyone asking me for advice, whether to take any of these current vaccines, I would say just say no. The current vaccines are particularly contradicted if you've already been infected with COVID or you're under the age of 20. No. I will explain what I've learned since I was vaccinated and totally changed my mind. We learn how they work and the shortcuts that led to the mistakes that were made. You'll understand why there are so many side effects, why they are so varied, and why they usually happen within 30 days of vaccination. You'll understand why kids are having heart issues for which there is no treatment, and temporarily losing their sight and their ability to talk. As many as 3% may be severely disabled by the vaccine. All right, he explains how the spike protein is a bioactive cytotoxin. The spike protein, which the COVID-19 vaccine instructs your cells to make, could be dangerous. The FDA dismissed the concerns, saying they do not believe the spike protein was biologically active. They were wrong on both accounts. It's been well established that indeed the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein gets free, and that it is biologically active and causes severe problems. It is responsible for the most severe effects seen in COVID-19, bleeding disorders, blood clots throughout the body, heart problems. These are the same problems we're seeing now in a staggering number of people who have received 1 or 2 shots. Using the word vaccine is not appropriate here. I do not want to contribute to the misuse of the word. These injections are not vaccines. They don't work like any previous conventional vaccine, as the actual inventor of the mRNA vaccines clearly says in the interview. They are gene therapy. Understand that when I say vaccine or vaccination, I'm really talking about gene therapy. We now know the spike protein disseminates throughout your body. Then he goes on to say dangerous corners were cut. The spike protein also has reproductive toxicity. And Pfizer's biodistribution data show it accumulates in women's ovaries. Data suggesting that miscarriage rate among women who get the COVID vaccine within the first 20 weeks of pregnancy is 82%. The normal rate is 10%. So this is not any sort of a minor uptick. It's baffling that the CDC says the vaccine is safe for pregnant women when it's so clear that that is not the case. For example, one of our family friends is a victim of this. She miscarried at 25 weeks. She had her first shot 7 weeks ago, her second 4 weeks ago. The baby had severe bleeding of the brain and other disfigurements. Her gynecologist had never seen anything like that before in her life. They called in a specialist who said it was probably a genetic defect because everybody buys into the narrative that the vaccine is safe. It's always ruled out as a possible cause. No VAERS report, no CDC report, yet the doctors I've talked to say that it's over 99% certain it was from the vaccine. The family doesn't want an autopsy for fear that their daughter will find out it was the vaccine. A perfect example of how these side effects just never get reported. They go into suppression of the VAERS data. That's the vaccine adverse reaction. Other anomalies. Bioethics laws are clearly being broken. So, again, I'll share the article in its entirety. It's probably a 25-minute read, somewhere in that vicinity. And I think that there's also the link there for the full interview, which is rather lengthy, 3 hours worth of discussion. But again, you learn something new every passing day. All right, I meant to ask Philip about his beloved governor there in the Sunshine State, Florida, Ron DeSantis, who apparently Ron DeSantis actually even beat Donald Trump in a straw poll recently. Not by a whole lot, but nonetheless. It was a presidential preference straw poll conducted by the Western Conservative Summit. Survey conducted by the Centennial Institute at the event. Participants were asked to select each president or potential candidate that they would approve for president in 2024. DeSantis actually edged out Trump, who came in second. The other candidates in the top 5 were Ted Cruz at third, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo at fourth, and Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina at number 5. South Dakota's Governor Kristi Noem and Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas were tied for 6th. From there, in descending order, were Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, Donald Trump Jr., ex-Vice President Mike Pence, Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, Dan Crenshaw of Texas, and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley. Now, the poll allowed multiple answers to the preferences. Looks like the second question in the straw poll, which asked attendees to mark any of 25 policy issues as most important to them. Number 1, any wagers on what number 1 would be? Immigration/border security topped the response, 82%. Number 2, election integrity, 79%. Religious freedom was number 3 at 75%. Summit was actually held in Denver, but very interesting. Yeah, going down the list of names, I'm surprised. I thought Nikki Haley and Kristi Noem would both show up a tad bit higher on the list. I think there's just maybe just a lot of people in the country who aren't familiar with other states' governors, right? I mean, people in South Dakota, people that pay close attention to the news all know who Kristi Noem is, but yeah, most of the rest of the country, it kind of reminds me of going back for the 2016 election, when you had all the Republican candidates. Freddie the Freeloader had no idea who John Kasich was. Ohio's governor, of course, being in Ohio, very familiar. Many people around the country said, who's this Kasich guy? Have no idea. All right, one other tidbit before we hit our bottom of the hour news break, after which we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Talking the cruise lines, and yesterday, guests lined up to board Royal Caribbean's Freedom of the Seas, marking the first cruise from a U.S. port since the pandemic suspended operations 15 months ago now. Passengers filed into the port Miami, suitcases in tow. The last time we saw that scene from the world's largest cruise port was March of 2020. Now, Freedom of the Seas, that's a big ship. It can carry around 4,500 guests. For this voyage, they're taking about 650. It's only going to be a 2-night loop, they say. And all these are going to be Royal Caribbean employees who actually volunteered and were allowed to bring a guest over the age of 18. I feel really safe with my mask. I'm vaccinated. Everyone's vaccinated. So I feel really good about it, says a 25-year-old law student who was invited as a +1. Let's see. The trip's being dubbed, this is a simulated voyage, a concept designed by the Centers for Disease and Prevention and Control to prove that ships are safe to sail with COVID still circulating around the globe. All right. The vaccine obviously is a key player here, a game changer for us and the entire society, according to the Senior Vice President of Operations at Royal Caribbean. He was at the terminal on Sunday. All right. The CDC created kind of a two-pronged approach for the cruise lines to sail again. They can run the simulated voyages, or they can restart revenue cruises right away if they verify that 95% of the passengers are vaccinated, passengers and crew. Royal Caribbean is following both paths more or less simultaneously. The first revenue cruise is set to sail, I guess, next Saturday. All right, with that news break, and we return with more on a Monday morning. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Negotiations continue between lawmakers over a nearly $1 trillion proposed infrastructure package from a bipartisan group of senators. One member of that group, Senator Rob Portman, believes there's a desire for a bipartisan deal on infrastructure spending. The Ohio Republican tells NBC's Meet the Press that he's already spoken with many colleagues who are ready to support it.
I think we're absolutely committed to it, and I think there's a number of others as well on both sides of the aisle. Last week, I heard from a lot of my colleagues saying, I just need to look at one other issue. Can you do this? Can you do that? But there's a lot of interest in having a bipartisan proposal.
And the Department of Homeland Security has announced that travel restrictions on the Canadian and Mexican borders will continue into July. The bans on non-essential travel between the countries will last until July 21st. The department says the extension will continue to try to reduce the spread of the virus while allowing essential trade and travel to continue. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, roll it on through the late night, early morning hours. You're on a back-to-work Monday. Must have been a horrific scene over the weekend. A driver in a pickup truck plowing through cyclists during a community road race in Arizona Saturday, critically injuring several riders before police chased down the driver and actually shot him outside a nearby hardware store. 6 taken to the hospital in critical condition after the crash in a mountain town of Sholo, about a 3-hour drive northeast of Phoenix. Police describe helmets, shoes, crumpled, broken bicycles strewn across the road after the crash. 2 other people went to a nearby hospital themselves. The suspect, a 35-year-old man who is hospitalized in critical but stable condition. According to the sheriff, we don't know the motivation. All we know is he fled the scene. But police say a Ford pickup truck struck the cyclist about 7:25 in the morning local time in downtown Sholo during the annual 58-mile bike and bluff race, and then fled the scene. Officers pursued the driver and tried to stop him before he was ultimately shot. Driver apparently was not complying when officers tried to arrest him. Circumstances of the shooting not immediately released. Neither were the identities of the suspects and the victims. It's a pretty big race there, like 270 cyclists participating in the race there. So again, what was the motivation? Who knows? Was it just someone under the influence? drugs, alcohol. We don't know at this point, but more details, kind of a developing story. But what's going on with Larry this morning?
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to touch on a couple things. Daryl was, you were talking to him about ordering from Hot Shot Secrets. I order the products for the oil and the gasoline additive online, and usually it's there in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's shocking how quick it is. And I wanted to say about the gasoline additive in my pickup truck. I watched my mileage pretty closely, and with the gasoline additive, I use it about every other, sometimes every third fill up, but I've gained 1.2 tenths of a mile in miles per gallon by using it. So I know it's working.
Uh-huh.
The other thing I wanted to touch on, you obviously know Cresso McCulloch.
Yes, sir. I do.
Well, you may not know this, and it's not a big deal, but while I was the president of the Coleraine Township Business Association, I lobbied the state to make Vinacolette a state tourist attraction. If you notice the signs going up Coleraine Avenue and turning onto Old Coleraine Avenue, those signs were put up as a part of that recognition for the Vinacolette being a state tourist location.
How about that?
Cresso, as you said, is very interesting. You know, the story I love to tell about Cresso, he worked at a company called Rulon Electric, and he was such a great electrical engineer. When Rulon heard about him, they came to Cincinnati. They offered him a job. They shook hands. They're getting ready to leave the meeting, and they said, "So when are you relocating to California, where Rulon Electric is corporately housed?" And Cresso said, "No, I am farmer. I have farm here. You move the plant here." Now, how many people can say that,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If you look over on in Forest Park, there is a building there called Rulon Electric. Cresso McCulloch is the reason they started a location there in Forest Park. Now, he developed components for the B-1 bomber and the Apache helicopter.
And a whole bunch of other aircraft. I mean, he's in half the damn planes in our Air Force and Navy.
It's so interesting when you can spend some time with Cresso, think about his history.
Yes.
Now, add all those things together, those accomplishments, and then don't forget the fact that he was a gymnast in his home country of Croatia.
And at his age, he still goes out to Colorado and like Aspen and whatnot. He still goes out there and skis every winter. He's already making plans for December of this year. I mean, at his age, he does downhill skiing.
And that's amazing. I have trouble sometimes walking down the steps in a hurry because I'm afraid I'm going to break a hip. You know, he is such an interesting individual, and it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. When he talks about his wine, do you know what he says his wine is, don't you?
Liquid sex.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Yeah.
But he is an amazing individual, and anybody who has the opportunity to go to the Vinacolette on Old Coleraine in what was formerly called the Dunlap area, you need to try it out at least once. You'll enjoy it.
Fascinating person, fascinating place. Yep. But it's the first time I'd seen him probably in almost a year, because we did go out to the Vinacolette back in I think it was March, and he was gone skiing somewhere, Park City or something.
Well, you know, he has that art festival up there, and plus, if somebody wants to try his wines, they're distributed at the Kroger's, at every Kroger's. Beniclet wines are located on the shelf right there at the Kroger store.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yep. Locally grown and
Steve,
locally bottled. Yep.
Absolutely. Hey, have a great day. Great show as always. I'm listening every morning.
Hey,
I always call in every morning because I'm sometimes running behind. Go ahead.
One other tidbit. I spoke to apparently, I guess I could say now a mutual friend. I don't think I had ever met him before until I went out to purchase my new Subaru there at Bosom Subaru. And one J.C. McCoy was the guy sitting across the table. And when I told him my name, and he was like, yeah, Steve Sommers, the radio guy, said, it's like, what a small world. I saw him over the weekend again, went out to get the tags, and apparently he sees that you are listening in and you post on the show and whatnot. I guess you guys go back a ways, you and JC.
J.C. McCoy and I go back a long way. I was on his show oh my gosh, I forget the call letters now. It was a kind of an oldie show, and I used to be on his show pretty regular in studio. And his brother was the assistant fire chief in Coleraine Township. I mean, so JC and I, we got some history. He's a crazy guy. You know, he used to teach broadcasting at, I forget the name of the school. I believe it was in Norwood there, but he taught broadcasting for many, many years.
So pretty nice guy. He wants to come by the Hot Shot Secret Bunker some night and check it out live and maybe say hi to the people, especially everybody, people in Cincinnati. I remember J.C. McCoy from when he was back in the Q102 days, right?
That's it. Q102. He was on back then. He was on another station too. A funny story: the country station in Cincinnati. Jim Fox was the main guy on that show.
Yep.
Well, Jim Fox was having a birthday, and so I had gotten to know all the DJs on that station, and they wanted me to pull a prank on him. And while I was in my police car, they wanted me to come in and arrest him. And I'm like, oh my God, do you know how much trouble I could get in for doing that? And they're like, oh, it'll be fine. I thought, well, JC's a good friend. He said it'll be fine. So I did it right in the middle of Jim Fox's birthday party. I went in uniform. My police car was out front. And I probably shouldn't tell this, but it's old history. I went in and asked to speak to Jim Fox. And he identified himself. And I said, well, can we go somewhere to talk? Well, we went into the kitchen. So all the folks that was at the party was all trying to hear and listen to what was going on. So I took him in the kitchen. I asked for his ID, and I said, I have to place you under arrest. What for, sir? Once I have the handcuffs on, I will explain to you why you're on. Well, no, you got to tell me. No, that's not the way it works. Turn around, put your hands on the refrigerator. I patted him down. I handcuffed him. And then I told him that he was under arrest having sex with animals, and I gave the handcuff key to J.C. McCoy. And left.
What a story. Wow.
That was a hoot.
Yep.
Yeah, I could have gotten so much trouble over that, Steve, but it was a good time. We laughed about it years later, but yeah. J.C. McCoy and I go way back.
Yep. All right. Well, I told him I'd tell you hi.
Well, great. Yeah. Back to him. I hope if he does come on the air with you, I hope I get a chance to dial in and rattle his cage.
Very
I got
good.
stories.
I bet you do. All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, Larry. Have a great day. Happy Monday. Happy Father's Day, by the way. Forgot that. All right, it's 844-844-3388. He said he'd make that final call in the loneliest hour in radio.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm catching up with horse feathers eventually. There's a risk involved with everything. Even Chris took a risk starting this show, whether it was actually going to be profitable or not. Hey, I'm glad it is profitable. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret, buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products there, and we'll just keep right on trucking along with all this. I don't know what the future holds, Steve, but I do know who holds the future.
Yes.
All right, let's get on with these cars here. Big Kenny of Big and Rich and producer Charlie Pinocchio spent 2 weeks straight capturing stories of 10 interesting vehicles. They're not your ordinary builds there. So one of them was a limo that looked like a jet. So that's pretty interesting there. If you get ready to retire, you can go out there to California and buy that iconic roadhouse, Newcomb's Ranch, which is on Angel's Crest. It's for sale now. See, we got shut down by COVID. It's out there in the middle of nowhere. It's the only thing by itself, but everybody keeps riding out there to stop and visit with it and everything. And the voters up in Massachusetts, they overwhelmingly passed a right to repair law. The car makers are fighting back. They don't think the individual ought to be able to repair his own car, but I disagree with them, and I'm glad to see the voters up there took care of business there. Let's talk a little politics real quick, like this singer, I don't even know who he is, Macy Gray.
Yeah.
He wants to replace the United States flag. He wants to cancel our flag. Well, I got news for him. How about we just cancel Macy Gray? That'd be the best thing to do. And I'm going to pull one more Sergeant Joe Friday story. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. I know several police officers. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize a police officer's job. There were several police officers up there at that insurrection, Capitol riot, whatever you want to call it. I thought it was just a Trump rally myself there. But this police officer I know was up there, and they claimed that Antifa was there, that they were being bussed in by the Capitol Police. There's all kinds of other junk that they claim. So I'd tend more to believe them than I would mainstream media or anything that come out of the politician's mouth up there. So we all know they talk with forked tongue there, right? And if you think you can trust the government, ask them Indians. They'll tell you the truth. And that's all my baloney for today. Kick this thing in the big hole, gouge on it, let's get it on to the house, Jake. That's all my baloney.
All right, thank you much, Knucklebuster. I'm with you. Macy Gray. Oh, boy. It's a female, by the way. She says it's time for a replacement for the tired Confederate battle flag. Describing the insurrection on January the 6th was the turning point for the now dated, divisive, and incorrect American flag. For her, it became a replacement for the tired Confederate battle flag. She believes a new flag should be representative of the country's diversity. The 50 stars should be expanded to 52 to include Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, which have long petitioned for statehood. Well, they're not. What if the stars were the colors of all of us? Your skin tone and mine, like the melanin scale. The stripes, she says, should no longer be representative of purity and innocence. America is great. It is beautiful. Pure, it ain't. It's broken and in pieces. She suggests using off-white strips instead. The other elements would remain. The blue square represents vigilance and perseverance. The red stripes stand for valor. America is all of those things. All right. The American flag has been altered several times since 1777. It is currently in its 27th iteration. After President Eisenhower adopted a new 50-star design to include Hawaii and Alaska in 1960, Macy says a lot has changed over the past 62 years. It is time for a reset, a transformation. She's looking for a symbol that represents all states and all of us. Okay, yeah, horse feathers. You get to be first and last.
All right. Well, it's trying to keep up with staying ahead of Knucklebuster there. Don't want him to gain too much on me there through the night. But hey, can we make all the stripes on the flag rainbow? Can we go to a rainbow flag?
I was afraid that was.
that?
I thought that's what she was going to be pushing for. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
please,
that's right.
please.
That's where I went right to. But I don't know. It's just when we were on that cruise and we went down, we had one of our port of calls there was Puerto Rico. We went out for a ride, the wife and I, for an excursion. We went out into the countryside and rode on a short bus and stuff, and had a pretty interesting tour guide there that he was born in Puerto Rico and spent, what do you say, like 30 or 35 years that his parents moved to Brooklyn, New York. So he had this beautiful New York accent, loved the Yankees. And he's back there to Puerto Rico, and he was down there before the major hurricane that wiped out the electric grid and all that. And he was telling us all about how that whole thing was. And he sent his wife and kids to live in the city, and he stayed out in the country to protect his property and spent a year out there with no power. But he was saying that you get around the metropolis parts of Puerto Rico, San Juan and, a couple of the other cities, and those are the people that think they want to be part of the United States. But as far as the people that live out in the country and the majority of the population, they all voted down. They don't want to become part of America. They like being, what they are right now. Because one of the biggest things they don't have to do, Steve, they don't have to pay federal income tax down in Puerto Rico because they're not a state. They don't pay federal income tax. Now they have a sales tax, and of course their sales tax is kind of high. If you remember, it's about 11% sales tax down there, at least when we were down there back there in Halloween time in 19. So I don't know if that's gone up at all since then or where it's at, but that was the one thing is they have a high sales tax. But now I don't know. It's a pretty interesting person to listen to, and if you go down there and you'd actually listen to the people, it's a whole different story than what you hear up here out of our supposed representatives.
I know that they've voted more than once in Puerto Rico, and that you're right, the people say no. They do not want to become a part of the U.S., at least more than those that do. All right, with that, hey, we're out of time. 5 o'clock Eastern time is upon us, so have a great Monday. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Be safe out there. And thanks for joining us here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,